What is going on, YouTube world? Steve, and then over there's Carlos. And we may have one or two others possibly joining us tonight because this is the Insert Revolution podcast.
Yeah. Agree. Cosign.
Have you been drinking?
It's the neck of the gods.
Have you considered starting to drink? Maybe that would help.
Right.
Where I work, yes, I should have kegs and bottles littered for my walk to and from work.
But don't drink the expired stuff. It's bad for you. Don't do it.
Well, going to work isn't much better.
And don't drink sour cranberry laced funky beers either.
I think I'm having recurring nightmares about it. Please, don't even go there.
And on that note, we are co-sponsored by Coors Light. And what's Carlos drinking this evening?
All right, so this is the Amsterdam Blonde.
Same thing you were drinking. Was that last week or was that Friday that you were drinking?
I got a case of that. So it's actually pretty good for what it is. They've got some other ones, but I picked up a case of it. Home delivery for the win.
I want to ask, because I think Steve and I both ducked out fairly early in that podcast with Bobby.
Yeah.
How would you go about, what was it, five and a half? Close to 6,
give or take.
maybe?
Yeah, it's about right. Yeah.
How'd you go that long, and how long was everybody on there?
So you're referring to our lovely impromptu guests is what you're referring to.
That would
No, that's not what we're referring to at all.
I was trying to give Ty his dream. Apparently his dream is for me to interview a drunk guy, and his dreams all came true, and I was happy to deliver and provide where I could. Our good friend hung out for a while, but eventually he was struggling with his phone, and then he kept trying to get back on, but he basically, you ever seen that look on somebody, so he's got the phone similar to what you have in the phone, but it was basically like his face was right up against it,
Oh.
and then I'm sitting there I'm not going to put you back on. I can see your face. I was like, it's time for you to call it a night, sir. I got the entertainment that I needed out of this, and I was able to get some insight. There were a couple of things that I wanted to know that he was uniquely qualified to answer for me. And as it turned, and we got that insight. It's all right, I'm satisfied. And then I think towards the end, latter portion of it, Jeremy joined us. So actually,
I saw Jeremy.
So Jeremy joined us, and we hung out for a while there. And then Bobby was there, of course. And then once it was basically the three of us chatting, towards the latter portion, if you go towards the end, Joe came on for a bit, and then
I saw that
came on as well. Yeah. So,
yep. I used your philosophy. I actually skipped that part after I was on for a little or watched for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to watch the end of the show because, but I will say, and I don't know if you noticed it on Jeremy's live stream though, he did apologize in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I didn't quite catch it, but it's all good. Here's the thing: I didn't have an issue with it. Like I said, I think there was the way I position it is this way. I extracted the bit that Bobby and I did for that thing because I no, this is legitimately good stuff. I'm actually really proud of the stuff we did here, and I thought this is standalone quality here. It deserves to have its own moment in the sun separate. If somebody just wants to watch that piece, it's really good. So I think the first chunk of it was really, really good. The middle chunk of it was entertaining for different reasons, and you could skip past it if you wanted to. And the latter portion I thought was a good discussion too. So it was so it's bookended two pieces that were really good, and the part in the middle you just kind of have to get through. If it doesn't interest you, then just zip past it and get to the end. There was good discussion at the end too. So if you get to the end, there's good discussion there too.
When I that snippet, I'm like, oh boy, I really want to ask you because those times are few and far between. I'm like, I know that discussion was good. Mm-hmm. It's stuff that I'm not super interested in, but I want to learn about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, that middle part must have just been a nightmare. If that one
not for me, because I had the ability. I have the button. I can pull the plug whenever I want it. Afterwards, Bobby and I were chatting about it. He goes, Carlos, were you enjoying yourself? And I go, I kind of was. I'll be honest with you, I kind of was.
Well, I'll be honest with you though, Carlos. There was a few times just you looked a little bit distraught in your facial expressions.
I think it was more than anything that I was trying to figure out, how can I position this to, because like I said, I've got a button for it. If I had been, if here's the way it goes. When I'm struggling to figure out how to steer, that's when I look a little distraught because I'm usually pretty good at steering. But I always had the kill switch. So like if I was legitimately distraught, then the kill switch gets used. I clearly don't have an issue bothering somebody by saying
Yeah,
And you're
bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
yeah, that would not have been an issue for me. I was like, I feel like I can still get something out of this. So I was like, let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can do. But I was
Well,
struggling a little bit. I was trying to
well,
think of some stuff.
And the reason why I mentioned it is because, even because I texted David, I was like, man, I had to drop. I was struggling. And was it just me or did Carlos look a little distraught a few times? And Dave's he's like, he was a little,
It's a
which
rare
is
time-
unlike you,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
a rare-
unlike you.
Yeah, it's a rare time when I'm trying to figure out, like, I can make a lot of work because in a university town, I have had more than the odd conversation with a drunk person. I've had a few, and usually I can find a way, but it's like, you're making this really hard. You're making this very difficult. You're all over the map on this one. Usually you can steer them a little bit. It's like driving in snow. You got to learn how to drive, into the skid and know how to. Dave understands this. So that's basically what this is. Except now you're like randomly getting wind change directions and like they're re-icing it, and I'm like, gee, that's what. So that was like an excessive concentration. I can have these in-depth conversations with people and come up with a million things. But when you really don't know what's coming on the other side and you're like trying to steer it in, it's like, geez, I was struggling a bit on that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. But distraught, not so much. But I was definitely struggling. I was trying to figure it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, you managed to pull it off enough to keep the show going. So, I mean, it's props to you, my friend.
It was my greatest challenge yet. Let's put it this way: it was my greatest challenge yet. But I would say it was the quintessential episode, though. Like it was in between that was bookended with a really good discussion section at the end, and a really good piece of information in the beginning. So I was like, now this feels like the quintessential episode. You just go through and I'm like, how did we get from point A to point W, back to point X, point to point pi, and then somehow we got back to Z? What the hell just happened here?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, and when you had alluded, at least early on, about focusing on that one subsection, like I said, not that I care, but it piqued my interest. So I wanted to hear what Bobby had to say about that. So I made sure I stuck around to watch that because, that guy is a wealth of knowledge. Holy cow, man.
But that's why I didn't want to waste it. I was telling Bobby after, I go, this stuff's good stuff. Like, this is real good stuff, and he doesn't get the chance to share it that often. So it was like, good stuff. I was like, I wanted to make sure that it got, especially, that's why I actually took the minimal amount of comments during that section.
Right. No,
I didn't want to distract. I was like, no, keep talking. Right now, there's some good stuff here. When we're done, we'll go back to the comments.
No, it was great information, and like I said, man, that I enjoy hearing that stuff, whether or not I have an interest in hockey or not. I know, go figure, right? I am not the self-proclaimed hockey oracle. I am the group-proclaimed hockey oracle.
Well, we already discussed this during your last TD video. I was like, those are some strange-looking hockey cards, but hey, man, who am I to knock?
Yes, I saw that, and I couldn't come up with a good comeback either. I just left it alone. My brain was trying. Hey, Matt, what's going on, buddy?
How are you guys?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, crap. Carlos is here.
That's literally the second time you tried that joke. At least come up with a different one.
I just can't stoop any further down for you.
Yes, you
man.
can.
I'm sorry.
You got to believe. You got to work harder, buddy. You got to try a lot harder. I believe in you. You can do it.
I don't have. When it comes to you, I don't try. All right. So now that we've exchanged pleasantries, I like the jersey, by the way. I was talking to my dad the other day, Carlos, and we were reminiscing on like the cards that like got it going for me in hockey. And there was this John Casey card from Upper Deck. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And he's got the full North Stars gear on, but his pads match the green jerseys. And that was the card that did it for me, man. It was cool to see that old logo on that jersey.
Well, this one's actually it looks like a jersey, but this is actually a hoodie that's designed like a jersey.
Oh, and
they sold these at the
string.
Toronto Expo. Yeah, they even do the stitching in this thing here.
That's cool.
It's got the little rope on it, but it's meant to have that design, old school look.
I just like the old logo, man. That was I just remember that was the first team that caught my eye just because the colors and whatnot. back in those in the early '90s. That was cool. Holy smokes! Are you happy your team's playing again? Back on the ice, Carlos. I assume, right? How many? They played 2 games now, or 3?
Yeah, they played 2 games. I'm all right with it. It's
2-0.
Yeah, exactly. I have to. They did get the shutout in the first game.
Yeah,
they got the converted touchdown. But I got to warm myself up into it. It's one of those things where last season was just kind of not surprising, but a little disappointing that they got there. And I was like, you got there almost by randomness. Yeah. You probably had no business being there.
Yeah, that's true.
But then once you get the opportunity, it's like, no, finish the job. You're there.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a given you'll get back there again, because this is going to be another weird configuration of a season with the divisions set up the way they are. So it's like, we'll see. I got to worm my way back into it. Like, Seguin is out indefinitely. Ben Bishop's starting the season injured. So it's like, all right, take your pick. It's like, okay, well, we'll start off with injuries then. Let's see what happens.
It's kind of weird too to like have everybody else playing for a week and a half, almost 2 weeks before they even got on the ice. Was that COVID related? Is that what the deal was with that? I figured. Okay.
They had a couple of people exposed, and then they needed to quarantine and make sure that there wasn't an issue. So it delayed them by about a week.
Huh. Well, right now, obviously I've taken a liking to Carolina, and they had the same thing happen, but after they played 3 games, so it's really, and they got to play Tampa Thursday, so that could be interesting.
There's going to be a lot of that, I think, throughout the season, because Ovechkin, I think, was on the list of guys that had some exposure. I don't think he necessarily had it, but he was on the exposed list, so they had to give him some games off. And he's trying to pursue the goal record, so it's like, we'll see.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for sure. Nice to have it back, though, man. I tell you that.
There you go, Matt.
Yeah. 8 wins all against the Preds. That's true. They did make the Preds look pretty bad in that one game. Oh, anyways, how are you guys all doing?
No complaints. No complaints. Other than I'm banished to the bedroom yet again, but I at least brought in the computer chair this time.
I was just saying, chair this time. That's key.
So I'm not, hunching over like I did during that 7-hour, 22-minute podcast.
A short, streamlined podcast. I don't know what you're getting at. It was a quick snap. You just blink and it's done.
It didn't feel like 7 hours. I'll tell you that much.
It's funny, Carlos. Your advice, instead of going 2 times the speed, I went 10 times, and I was done super quick.
If there was a 10 times the speed, I would use it on my own stuff in real time.
Oh man, no.
Then you would have missed it all, Matt. You would have missed all the great content that was discussed.
That's true.
I know there was some serious hashtag content. Come on, man.
There was. Yes, I actually provided some investment advice.
It is true.
With hockey cards or with other cards?
No, never.
You're keeping it locked up, huh?
Yep. That's only for my closest friends. Matt,
and the Patreon account.
Yeah, there you go. And you're getting there, Matt. I mean, you're getting close, but you're just not there yet. But I am going to, if you guys would indulge me for just a minute. So, Matt, this is directed at you. At some point, I need you to DM me your address.
Oh, geez. Are those all Tebos?
This is all goalies.
Oh, whoa. I thought you only owned like 2 hocky cards. How'd that happen?
No.
Didn't you work at a card store previously?
I did.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so there was like
Thank
access and exposure to a bunch of cards.
Oh, cool.
So this came out of my 5,000 count box 5,000 count box I had that was hockey. So this is all goalies.
Ooh, that's exciting. I love me some goalie cards.
So, well, I know. That's why I set them aside.
That is cool. Well, it's kind of like watching that video that Carlos put up. You broke it up into 2 parts, man. That's a lot of cards at one time. 3 parts.
That'll be next week. I'm actually uploading it as we're talking.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Part 3 is coming. There were 2 hockey parts, and then there's a third one that's baseball, football, a UFC card, a basketball card, a little bit of everything else.
Well, I've been lucky enough to have 2 people, Dave being one of them. Just kidding. Dave has sent me a couple things, but Bob, and then who else was it? There was another guy that I met on Facebook, just sent me these huge boxes of hockey cards of goalies, and it's like, I don't even think I could do a video because, it's just too much. So a lot of credit to you for doing that, man. I just put it on my other screen at work. I was grading papers and looking over. That's a nice card. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Best way to get through it, but it was nice. A lot of cards, man.
Yeah, I still have those on my watch later list. I'm trying to get caught up. I am struggling.
Well, that's why I tried to break it up over like one video 1 week, one video. Like I
Right.
recorded the third one today, got it edited and coded and everything today, but it's not going to come out until next week. So it's one of those things. I'm going to set it. I got to space it out a little bit. There's no
Right.
reason to put them all out at once. Give it some
Did
time.
did
Well,
you,
'cause that-
oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, when you got those all in, because I always get kind of curious. You know, when we get all these big amount of cards in, I think we kind of, like, for me, I compartmentalize where everything goes. But did you have a plan of attack after you filmed them, Carlos, where everything kind of, these went in top loaders, this went in the bind, or the folio, this went here, or have you not got there yet?
For the player collection stuff, yes, they've got the
Okay.
different folios and stuff like that. For the rest of it, it's in a box until the spirit moves me.
Yeah, right.
I'm aiming for third quarter 2025 when I finally feel like sorting cards. I have a dream, and that dream is to have the energy and care to sort the damn cards. As long as I know I have them, or maybe I'll hire the people, and the people will go and sort them for me.
By then you're gonna be big time, man. So you can afford.
Yeah,
to
but
hire
that's
some
why
people.
I need to be big time so I can hire people to sort them because I don't want to.
That's right.
I just want to make sure they're here. As long as I know definitively they are here in the folios in the box,
Yeah,
that's
right.
good enough for me. But it's like sorting them. Are you out of your damn mind?
Dave, I'm volunteering to come sort part of yours with you or your cards. So
Well, wanted to take the year off because that's
yeah, I know.
I need more help than Dave.
Really.
Have you not come across my picture on Instagram about the sorting continues?
I don't know, man. I watched I watched the video.
Matt, all you have to do is think about, the hockey oracle who doesn't really appreciates hockey but doesn't necessarily like hockey, has a 5,000 count box of hockey. What does that tell you?
Hockey's done. Hockey's done. Hockey's done and sorted.
No, I get you, but I'm saying compare that to the other to football and other stuff
Yeah.
comparatively. Like
That's a lot, man.
that should tell you
That's a lot.
something.
Yeah.
I've got over 10 5,000 count boxes full of stuff, and then a few super shoes. Yeah, it's a ton.
I mean,
It's a ton.
I've donated to the recycle pile with base cards many a times.
I usually do that just with Gretzky rookies, small time stuff, garbage.
Oh, you talking about the ones that are cut in half, burned?
No, just
and
in
then
general,
listed?
like
the general
like,
ones. Oh,
listen, if I've got Ziggy Palffy cards, I'm set for life. I don't need any of that Gretzky low end crap. Sidney Crosby crap, that's in the garbage pile. I shred it first just to be on the safe side.
that's good. That's strong move.
Can never
Strong
be too careful. Never be too careful.
No, at the rate I'm going, to be honest, I have no idea when I'm going to get through all of this because, like I said, it's one of those in which I'm still a set builder by nature and by heart. So if I have even half of a 200 card set, I consider it in progress. And at some point I will try and complete it. And there's a lot of those throughout all the years of collecting and opening boxes and packs and all that kind of fun stuff. I miss those days. I do. But, I'm enjoying this just as much and reminiscing and going back through some of this to kind of relive some of those situations and remembering, opening said product and things along those lines. But, the fact that my focal point, as I've always alluded to, is shifted to the 90s stuff as of late. I posted my Panini Playbook Chronicles 6-way autograph booklet on Instagram today. And Cardboard Adventures, I think.
Good dude, Jimmy, I believe.
I can't remember if it was him who was asking the questions, asking, I'm sure there's a story behind it. Was that pack pulled? And I was like, no, it was actually a purchase. And, alluding to the fact that it was purchased back at the time in which I was obsessed with reaching that 200 unique auto plateau for the collection. And, I surpassed that. I had surpassed that some time ago, but then, I shifted back to the 90s stuff, just, maybe a little too late for some of them. But at the same time, I still want to hope and think that at some point I can bring home some of those big time cards. And, it's it's all about patience and, knowing when to zig and zag and everything else, and, try and find ways to make things work. So we'll see.
It's almost interesting, isn't it? I mean, like, you can't even think about buying a box of cards now, because I was talking like, all right, cool, I'm going to shell out. I mean, you've seen, Carlos, like Synergy went from like $80 a box up to like, what, $130? Isn't that where it topped out? I don't know about Canadian,
something like that. And the thing is, like, the Synergy
crazy.
Cars are decent looking, but it's not like there's that much in there, unless you're collecting a lot of the current guys. It's like, why would I want that?
But think about what you could get, with that money. With like 130 American, think about the card that you could help purchase, right, Dave? Wink, wink. Or like, you know what I mean? Like, think about all the things that you could have for $130 that would make you way happier than opening a box of cards. Like, if it was $60, well, then you're like, oh, that's fine. I could eat that. Because the experience is there, but it's not worth the $130. I'll tell you that. Even if you pull that guy who hasn't scored a goal or had a point yet. So,
well, that's what makes it interesting, though. It doesn't have to be like generally speaking, we'll target a lot of those big cards. But like today, I had a it was the 99 2000 what's it called? It was basically the you remember, Dave, the Black Diamond Piece of History? It was basically a stick card.
Yep.
And I've bought a couple of cards from the set, and probably long term I'll do the set because I like the set itself. But I wanted to make sure I got the Medano for the Medano collection first, so that's priority. But they don't, like, the cards are not uncommon, but for some reason the Medano has been more uncommon than most of them. So one of them was finishing up on eBay today, and I was like, okay, when's the last time the Medano's been up? It's been a little while. Not like super rare, but it's been a little while, and it shouldn't be a rare card because there's a double diamond and a triple diamond. Triple diamond's a 1 of 1. The double diamond's pretty tough. The single diamond, though, shouldn't be that difficult, but they don't seem to come up all the time. So I basically I pulled a Jeremy and I said, oh, I'm going to save some money. I said, okay, look, I'm going to put like $45, $50. The stupid thing is like a $25 book card, but it's been months since I've seen one. I won it for $7.50, and I was like, I saved $30. No, I didn't save $30. I paid $7.50. But the point is, I paid less than I was expecting to. With shipping, it was $10. I was like, all right, great. Well, there's 1/15 of a Synergy box, and I'd rather have the card. At least I got the card that I want.
Right. It's definitely a singles. Go ahead, Dave. Go for
Or
it.
those specific ones we discussed earlier too. I mean, it's stuff that you just don't see.
Yeah.
See the finger? See the finger? But what's interesting is, and this is what I shared with Dave, because my Beckett has been misplaced, unfortunately. And I already had this incoming, but I was pretty sure it was a case hit. So I asked Dave, I was like, hey, you got your football Beckett handy. Can you look this up for me? And he confirmed my suspicion. And, I told him, I was like, looking at the pricing in the high book value in Beckett for this card, $12. Okay. I paid with tax and shipping $36 because this is a case hit, and yet another indication as to why Beckett is so out of date.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Well, the thing is, they know that because there have been discussions about it. It's like they know, especially for some of the rarer and tougher stuff. They're like, they've gotten to the point where I think they've given up. Like, they don't even try anymore for some of that stuff because they're like, we can't even bother. I'm just looking forward to see, because I've had it on the other screen for a bit, and I'm kind of curious to see. I'm watching the card. I know I'm watching the same card that Dave is watching right now. The PSA 10 Lemieux is going off from PWCC in the next hour.
What's it up to now?
80 grand US. So
it's gonna. Do you think it'll top 6 digits?
I'm pretty confident it will. I'm pretty confident it will. Like, I know Dave's in for 175s. So I topped out at like 165. That's as rich as I was going. And I know Steve's at 168. So like we were all right in that ballpark range, but it's 6 figures at least.
I was at 350, guys. Come on.
Ooh. Is that dollars or pesos?
Yen. Actually, maybe not. Yen may be more valuable than the dollar right now.
I was going to say, sir, so you are winning this card, is what you're trying to tell me.
Yes, it will be mine. That will be in my next Mel Day video. from the parking lot of the local Walmart because I won't have my house.
Yeah, right.
And the best part is it'll be a PSA 10 Lemieux that hundreds of thousands were spent on, and it's like, is that like in 144p? That's all I could afford. That's all that was left. All the money was spent on the card.
Yeah, the hockey market's certainly getting its fair share of attention. And how smart, if that guy timed it or whoever owned it, to sell it after the Gretzky. You know, I think that's a pretty smart move.
That was a matter of time. We knew that after the Gretzky sale went off. Part of the reason I'm paying attention to it is because this was the next big card that we were kind of waiting in that next line. And some of the lower ones have been moving, so it's like the Lemieux makes perfect sense to be the next one to make a big move.
Do you think?
So I've got it on the screen. I'm just going to be kind of keeping an eye on it and see where it ends up.
Yeah, keep us posted.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be
curious. Like next, are we going? Are you thinking like Patrick Waugh, O-Pee-Chee PSA 10? Are you thinking Crosby, Young Guns PSA 10? Like what?
The Waugh,
would be-
I've seen a couple of Waghs already moving. Like even something at the level of like a Shanahan is already setting records for
Really?
that card. Yeah, so
Wow.
I knew there was a trickle down effect. If I see the Gretzky go, I'm like on its own, I don't care.
Yeah.
Lemieux, I figure is going to be a thing, but when I'm seeing Shanahan and Brett Hall and those rookies
Oh,
start to
the Brett
move, it's
Hall
like
rookie,
okay,
that's a big
now
one.
we're paying attention. It's like okay, those are the
Yeah.
ones that you needed to watch because Lemieux and Gretzky, you know those guys are going to move. Even Waugh, you know those can move.
Well, yeah, it's been really impressive. I mean, those '80s prices have gone crazy. I mean, I got my Wawa Peachy 6.5 for $90, and that look how far it's gone up. I mean, it's just the hockey market is seriously catching up. You know, but then the '90s prices. You know, Dave, I look at some of my old Beckett's from the '90s for hockey, and some of those Gretzky mirror golds. They're like pricing
$100?
Well, no, like 12 or 1,500. I mean, like they're really
Oh.
expensive. You know, and we don't see those prices yet, but they were there back then. Those really big cards, and so you know, I don't know. It's kind of interesting that the hockey market has been kind of so dry. I mean, you know, all you guys, well, including Steve, right, know how bad how low the hockey market's been up until Dave said it, dude. When we were chatting, Dave, we're like, it's gonna start getting crazy, getting popular because everything else is too expensive. So,
Well,
pretty cool to see.
I find that interesting, though, because, you know, not looking at a Hockey Beckett, for instance, I would have never pictured or thought that, you know, a Gretzky mirror platinum or mirror gold would actually show book that high, even, you know, X number of years ago, let's say, you know, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, for that matter.
The mirror platinums always had like a good cachet because the people loved it. Plus, they were serial numbered, which really helped a lot. You didn't have
No,
that
understood.
confusion. Yeah.
Yep, no, understood. It's just one of those in which I don't recall from a football perspective ever seeing anything like that outside of vintage stuff in the thousands of dollars.
Sure. Yeah.
Book value.
What's going to be interesting, though, in the same vein as what we talked about earlier with the rookies, what I pay attention to is we know the mirrors and stuff like that. We know those ones, especially now. The appreciation is growing for those, and the prices are growing for them. But I was looking at one that I've got on my watch list. I don't want it or need it, but as soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm kind of curious. There's a '97 Gretzky Fire on Ice, the Fire on Ice die cut, which is a nice card. It's a really I love those cards. I think they're great.
Great looking cards.
The Gretzky is at $56 with 3 days left. And I was like, for the Fire and Ice, it's out of 1,000. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm curious. So we'll kind of see if it cracks triple digits and starts going a little deeper into triple digits. I'd be curious to see where that kind of thing ends up.
Look up, and I stumbled across this looking at, I don't even know what it was, but it said items you might like or enjoy or comparative items underneath. In a 95, 96 score black ice artist proof Gretzky. Look that up right now. I think it's got to be just about a day left on it.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, would you say the price? Well, I was looking that up here too. You know, like Carlos, I don't know if you remember this or either of you guys remember this. Do you remember Sports Cards magazine that looked like this? Any of you guys?
Yes, I
remember
do.
this?
Actually, I like those. I used to have a bunch of those.
Yeah, I really like the way it's laid out. But I mean, I'm looking at this page right here. This is all like the hockey top singles of 1998, beginning of 1998. Like the Gretzky Pinnacle Certified Mirror Gold. Last sale reported $2,500. Can you imagine if that card was that expensive now? What people would say or react like? Because it's not. A few $100, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But But then, like, you look at the Patrick Waugh mask from 97, 98, the Avs Pinnacle mask, and that's at $100. I'm like, that's not that far off right now. So it's like the real monsters were way up there, like a Lindros Mirror Gold, $1,200. That's never going to happen. But, it's pretty crazy to think that some of these cards were so high. So then, these prices, people are like, oh my God, they're so high. I'm like, well, I mean, they kind of used to be for some cards, just the 90s.
I love that magazine. That magazine, probably more so than Beckett, just because you'd have 2 box breaks or whatever product, and they'd list what they got and say what the highlights were. Then you'd have sort of like an up-and-coming, like a cheaper guy. Like I remember Jason Kendall was in one baseball section, and maybe, I don't know, for Tuesday was in another for like the hockey. But the color pictures of everything,
Yep.
that's what I'm like, you can actually see, I'm like, okay, that looks cool. Because you didn't see a lot of this stuff. This wasn't like everybody was buying Zenith and you're like, oh, let's all bust our box together. It's like, no, nobody has Zenith around because you couldn't find it.
Right.
And then now you saw in the magazine, you're like, that's what the Z teams look like? Okay, I can see why they're like $120 or $80 for the high end, and like, okay, that's the finest gold refractors or whatever the case may have been. It's just like you had that the eyes and the picture was that's a card that now is ingrained in my collecting mind, and at some point I will acquire and obtain and get it at some point. But I love that. Right. I love that magazine so much.
I bought a recent, not recent, like one of the last ones they did was 2001, and it didn't have like all the cards listed. It just had like the most recent sets, which was kind of disappointing. I like the whole thing being in there, but other than that, the color pictures were cool. What was that Gretzky at? What is that?
I didn't find the one that was it one that has a bid on it, Dave, or is it just one that was there? Because I saw a bunch that were there. I just didn't see any that seemed to have any bids, like a bunch of buy it nows and best offer stuff. I didn't see anything with a bid on it.
There's one that I think it's got about a day left.
Okay, it was the black ice for sure. Okay, I'll take a closer look. I did find the Paramount Ice Galaxy Gold Gretzky though, if you want it. Only $350. Best offer. 10 made, Dave. 10 made.
I've got the. I think I got the
you have to put the numbering on them. Like for some of those specific ones, yes, it's 10 made. I know that, but it's like, guys. If you look at the card and you didn't know that, if I removed that and didn't put the 10 made, you'd be like, why is this card over $35? What's the difference? It's the foil. Right. It's literally the foil.
Yeah.
So whoever's got Vinny with the first mention of hashtag invest on their bingo card, please make sure you capture that.
Do we count it though because he spelled out the word hashtag?
Yes.
He didn't actually use the hashtag?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
All
we
right.
count it.
Count as double, Carlos, instead of a regular. You can cross off any other one you want.
I was gonna say. All right. So this is the black ice, is what you're saying, Dave. You're saying the black ice? Black ice Gretzky?
That's the artist proof variation
of
the 95-96 score, the artist proof.
The artist proof. Okay, just the artist proof in general. Gotcha.
But I mean, they called the black ice artist proof just because it was the black ice with the artist proof sort of in the pinnacle, I think.
Oh, okay. I think I know why. Because I actually put in the black ice on it. So, okay. This one is just strictly artist proof. So, yeah, $96 with about a day left. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay,
nice.
Gotcha.
Where do you see that topping out? You see that going like 120, 130?
It's tough to say because the thing is we know that the sniping happens at the end. Mm-hmm. It's like it's literally, if it's a day left, it's like, well, that price almost doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. You could quadruple the price and it wouldn't shock me because it's like somebody will be sitting there going like, wait, click.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may see one or two bids between now and with 20 minutes left or so, but always the action is going to be in the last 20 to maybe 30 seconds and under.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see more with like five seconds left because of those snipe bids, but
exactly. I got a question for everybody here because this is something that's been on my mind. I was hoping to bring to the table, hear your thoughts. Carlos, you collected baseball and hockey. Dave, you collect everything.
Yeah, I still collect some baseball. It's selective, but I do collect some. Yeah.
And Steve, even though you just do football, you're familiar with this parallel, so I'm kind of curious your thoughts. Just from collecting A-Rod for 4 years and then going into hockey, the popularity of just the artist proof or the, what other like like any parallel that's not numbered, but it's a tougher pull, like one per box. Why is the popularity so much more in hockey? Like I could get an A-Rod artist proof for $5 of any set, but then a Tebow pops up and it's $10. Jocelyn Tebow, you know, a Gretzky's 150. So is it because there's just less parallels and less things to collect, or is it just that it carried more of a prestige amongst collectors because those were really the only parallels back in the day? You know, there wasn't 50 parallels from the same set. It was like Zenith and artist proof. Boom, that's it. You know, base and artist proof. So I'm just curious, like, what you guys think, because I'm definitely noticing that they are way popular in hockey, but not so much in baseball at all. So
I have a theory. I have a theory that I can throw at, and Dave, you can bounce off of this if you've got a different idea. I think part of it is that because the hockey market technically is smaller, but the people that are into it are really passionate, to the point that even something as seemingly benign as an artist proof, you've got the team collectors. You've got the goalie collectors. You've got all these different things. It's like, so team collector grabs one. The goalie collector grabs one. Then the actual player collector grabs one. And all of a sudden you got these three disparate groups grabbing at it. You've still got that in the other sports, but, you know, we joke about the thing with you and the Joey Cora. It's like, well, the amount of Joey Cora hardcore collectors are not going to number in a ton. And there might be Seattle Mariners collectors, but maybe they care about the artist proof. Maybe they don't. The Joey Cora one will still want it. The other one may not. Yeah. So the Joey Cora will stay depressed, like price-wise. It'll stay.
Yeah, right.
But if it was the Detroit Red Wings, if Joey Cora was the Detroit Red Wings, you'd have a hardcore Joey Cora collector to fight with a Red Wings collector, to fight with a whatever position he plays. And then you'd have that combination.
I just have a question. And, you know, for those who collect hockey can answer this better than I can, because I've never, other than, you know, seen Instagram pictures or, you know, pictures that David showed on video or Carlos, you showed on camera from an artist perspective, even you, Matt, for that matter. Is it just me, or does it seem as though hockey artist proofs go a step above, though, in their card design and some of the technology that they use compared to the other sports?
In certain years, the Dufex happens. In certain years, it's really good. Not always, but there were a couple of years where they definitely used the Dufex to good effect, and it made it really good. And also, you had that artist proof that was all the rainbow foil.
Yeah, 94, 95, right?
Yeah, but there was also a 90, I think it was 97, 98 score, Dave? 97, 98 score of the artist proof? Yeah, so you got like a rainbow foil to that, like a crazy rainbow foil with a pattern on it, on top.
And then the Summit ones, too. You remember the Summit ones that were all gold? I mean, baseball didn't have that either.
So they pushed really the envelope. They said, we're going to make this thing a little bit more special. And then they would use liberal use of the Dufex. Like they would, wherever we can do to make it like, this is a cool card. We'll make it a cool card.
Well, that's why I wanted to pose the question, because then that would even add to the luster and the what factor, so to speak, of maybe as to why some of those go for higher than what they do in baseball and football, for that matter.
What do you think, Dave?
Pretty much what Carlos said, because again, you have all these different hands grabbing into the pop. You don't have, again, there's Ripken guys. They're going after, but you don't have like a multitude of like Orioles fans. Even at that time, if you did, you had people probably overpaying. And it seemed, again, for baseball, you had more product, different products. So, okay, there's a precious metals gem, but there's also a totally certified mirror gold, but there's also a pinnacle certified mirror gold, but there's also an essential credentials, and there's also like a Donruss Elite, the status to 100.
Yeah.
There's a Crusade. There's so many. There's Ultra, whatever the die cut that's like a 97, like the, I can't think of it. I got a Frank Thomas of it. I don't even remember. Like Ultra Stars. You've got so many cool inserts. Hockey was the same. But when you had the artist proof that just had that hint of the rainbow foil, that was enough. At least for me, as just a guy that likes artist proofs and the one per box card, like the 96, 97, they've got that foil, the rainbow foil on there. Football doesn't. They've got a little in the artist proof, but it's just the regular silver below. It's not the whole thing is artist proof like the hockey cards are. So I just think there's more factors going into the hockey world for collecting than the baseball world. And I don't say because I want to say everything had pretty much the exact or close to it same set number, like 200 for baseball or 250 for baseball. It'd be probably 250 or 200 for hockey.
Right.
So it wasn't like you had like 800 baseball and like 150 hockey. So it's like, oh crap, I got to get my player because there's very little. But you had more. Again, the team guys, like, oh man, Adam Deadmarsh artist group. I want that because he doesn't have a ton of stuff out there. But him with the Avalanche, I need it because it's not like he's in a Z team, not like he's in a dream team out of Score or something like that. It's like that's the top of the food chain for Adam Deadmarsh.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wasn't it you that sent me that Z Gold of some player that, I mean, he was a decent player, but he's not a player for the price that card went for because, like you're saying, you guys are all saying, he's a Flyers player, so the Flyers collectors are going after him. The player collector, that's his dream card, he's like,
was it Dana Zubris? Was it Dana Zubris or something like
that? Prospal.
Oh, Prospal. Yeah. That's right.
And that kind of leads me to my next question. And instead of using these to be like, haha, I'm so happy I got these cards, I can show them off later. But I'm really perplexed because, you know, in baseball, there's the PMG and the 24 karat. I think we can both agree those are in the upper echelon, like top 5 most wanted inserts in baseball. I don't know if it's the same in football, but I would guess that I would be correct on that. So in hockey, we have neither of those, right? So, and I've talked about this with Carlos, that his number one most beautiful card that he owns a Medano, I finally got that of Tebow. But it was cheaper than the Z Gold. And I know we talked about this, Carlos, a couple weeks back. Even though the Z Gold out of 100, it's not even visually a stunning card, yet it was more than the most beautiful hockey card that's ever made in the 90s, in my opinion, which is the Platinum Mirror Gold. Why? What the heck happened there?
They didn't make it out. But we talked about this because they were in the 5x7 card, and I promise you a bunch of them weren't cut. I have 3 silver 5x7s of Dallas Star players, and it's one of those things where maybe the Tebow is sitting in one of those. At the across the hallway on the table. I open it up, and the Z Gold Tebow is probably right in there. Who knows?
Never.
But that's the thing, you don't know. It could be a Z Gold Gretzky, and I could be sitting on a mint. But the amount of collectors that didn't open them, that literally collected, because I remember in the late 90s, they would collect uncut 5x7s and build sets of uncut 5x7, and you didn't know. It could be the base card. It could be the silver one. It could be a gold impulse that's already out of 100, and then you don't want to cut it. The Z Gold could be inside the gold impulse out of 100 that you're never going to cut, so it'll never see the light of day, ever. Yep. So you've got a card out of 100 where even if every box was opened, I still can't guarantee all 100 will make it out. The likelihood is actually very low, percentage-wise. So that's why I say, like, I've literally got only 3 sitting there, but all 3 are uncut.
Right. I wonder again, you know, like that product was such a gimmick, how many people didn't even buy the product and the product just got poof. You know what I mean?
That's possible too. But all those factors play into, the 100 is technically correct.
Yeah.
But only technically correct.
Yeah.
And you saw what the last Tebow went for.
I got it for the same price. I mean, Dave would be proud of me. Both of those cards I put ridiculous bids on. But again, like, I was kind of like, okay, good, I prepared for that. But I'm still shocked that Mirror Platinum Gold was cheaper. Because to us, that's like the card, right? For hockey at least. I don't know if Dave would know anything about this, but that's like the card. And to think that was cheaper, it just blew my mind. Because as a 90s collector, visually appealing, which is like those that Gretzky card out of 1,000 that you guys were talking about, it just looks amazing. Yeah. So that's why it's like the Skyline baseball inserts. Those are like 1 out of 2 like boxes that were sold at a retail. So it's really it was just strange, man. Really
I think
bizarre.
It's a scarcity thing combined with the year and the era, and the fact that a lot of the collectors who've been around a while realize that it's like, actually, to put it into perspective, I have every time a Z-Gold comes up, I get it just because I have a general search for Z-Gold. I didn't specifically say Z-Gold Medano. I'm like, I'm not going to take any chances. I want every Z-Gold. Just send me the email. Let me know if a Z-Gold is up. But you'll have the most generic guys, and it'll be like a buy it now or best off for $500 for Joe Schmo. It doesn't matter because they're like, it's a Z-Gold.
When did you see the price change really happen? Because I was looking up previous sales when I just got in like COVID hit, right when COVID hit. They weren't that expensive, because the A-Rod, I missed out on one for like $130, and at the time I was like, it's too expensive. Yeah, if I would have known what I knew about hockey, that would have been in my collection. So it's, have you seen them just like rocket up lately, or have they always been selling for high for years?
I think there was a threshold where I think somebody, I have a feeling that there were a bunch of collectors who started going through the back catalogs and started kind of figuring out as time went. Because if you were in '97, you weren't thinking about it at that time. Because I was there and I opened a couple of packs of that product. It was a neat product. I remember it. And I remember the Z Silvers were interesting for what they were because I pulled a couple of those inside of it. And at that time, I was cutting them open, so I had no issue with that. But not everybody was doing that for the reasons that I said. Some people were putting in the uncut sets together. And then you also did have rookies because Luongo was a rookie that year. Tanguay was a rookie that year. And that meant more in '97, but it's
right.
But it was an interesting thing. So you had these people looking for these cards. But now as time has gone on and the supply has dried up. Like Dave knows now. I've shown him some screenshots of things. There's some Facebook people out in Europe. There's a guy who is sitting on almost a full set of the StarQuest Golds, nearly a full set, and he's got an extra wah for trade to fill out his set. He's got almost a complete set of the damn things.
And those for sure are in the same boat because that product was so cheap. And
you could open a case and not pull one.
Yeah.
Like you could just open a case. You just open pack after pack, box after box. They're not there. So the fact the guy was able to show a screenshot of nearly a complete set of it. I sent it over to Dave. I sent him a screenshot. I said, frame this. You're not going to see it again.
Did they make the Zenith that year for football too, Steve? The Dare to Tears?
No.
They didn't.
They didn't do Dare to Tears, no.
Wow.
Not that I'm aware of.
Huh. Yeah, really weird. Baseball.
It might have been a timing. It might have been a timing issue because that was the last year for a couple of years that Zenith came out because 97, 98 the Pinnacle went under.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I mean they did some like 8x10 related releases, Leaf Signature in '97, and then they also they did a studio like they did for baseball, the 8x10s
Yes.
that had autos and all that other kind of stuff. But I don't recall anything specific to anything that would have been like I'll call it a rip card because that's really what it is.
Right.
Nothing rings a bell though. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist or didn't exist. It just doesn't ring a bell.
It could have been a timing with the seasons too. It could have just been the way it worked out with the way the seasons went when they released it. I don't remember what time of the year they released it specifically, but that could have been a factor as well. But that's really what it came down to is that, yeah, at the time we thought it was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. It's a little gimmicky. It's a little weird. It's a little odd. But it was interesting. I liked the design of the cards. I thought it was kind of cool. There was some interesting stuff in there. But, yeah, because of that, I promise you that there is that's why I said, like, if and when I see the Medano, I've almost psychologically prepared myself to pay 4 figures. Yeah.
Wait, even though you already have.
I don't have the Z Gold.
Oh, I thought you said you were always
No.
picking them up. Oh, wow.
No.
4 figures. So, but I mean, I was in the same headspace. Maybe not 4 figures, but I'm like, I am going to do whatever it takes to get this card because I was heeding your guys' advice. Like, dude,
Dave's entire community may be emptied out of kidneys by the time it was all said and done. I can't promise anything. Allegedly. Can't
Well, I
promise
mean,
anything.
a Brodeur, man. If that thing, there's no way you could get Brodeur and Wall. You'd have to pick one.
It'd be real good.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. But that was the thing. Like, so when we saw that picture, but the point of that story with the picture was that the guy was doing a complete set of the StarQuest Golds, which is to say he was an advanced collector working on a complete set of 30 cards, of all of which are difficult. Every last one of them are difficult. They don't come up all the time. And he had the majority. And he had an extra wah that he was holding in his back pocket as a weapon to get more. Because he's like, I'm taking one of the best cards there. I've got a duplicate of it to use as ammunition, where if you can provide one that I actually need, I will use this towards trade.
Right.
So I'm trading a gold brick for potentially another gold brick. That's basically what was being done here.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think there's Amante and Solani that were up currently. And I mean, they were Amante was, I think, over like 565 maybe. I don't know if
What?
it's in
Yeah,
Canada.
Antonio Monti was a good player in his day. I remember
Dang.
him being in sets and things like that. He was a good player in his day. But just think about that. The Tony Amontis of the world can go mid. That's why I said like I'm psychologically preparing myself for the Medano being four figures. He's got enough popularity and it doesn't come up very often. Like
So are we saying that that's the other than like a 101 or out of 10, that's the top 90s insert for hockey if you're talking price at least?
well, I'd be paying 2.5 times what I paid for a 1-of-1 shield. So
Well then, yeah. Well then, that's just crazy to me because coming from the base market, and I'm sure Steve too, coming from the football market, like to think that a card out of 100s ends up being the top dog. I mean, yeah, credentials in baseball, but that's different because they're numbered so differently. It's just kind of strange to me because it usually baseball it would already be really expensive, but it's really not. So it doesn't make sense to me. The Griffey should be thousands of dollars, but you know the last one was not. So it's weird.
It's that anomaly factor, though.
Like
That-
all those collectors that he was saying, yeah.
Yeah, those being a part of the gimmick and everything else along those lines, that's the anomaly. And when you add that to everything, when you add that into the factor of such a tight knit, passionate collector base,
Yeah.
that just blows my mind, though, Carlos, that you've already mentally prepared yourself for that. But I get it. But I get it.
I've known for a long time that I've been studying that market long enough, or I'm sitting there like, okay, if the stupid if I look out and somebody has it like on a $300 buy it, now I'm like,
Yeah, you get nervous.
it's like I might have broken the screen, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll replace the stupid screen as long as it went through. But I don't suspect they will because I think anybody who has one and knows what they have will probably price it accordingly, and it'll be like, all right, what's this gonna take?
Right.
Like, I'll find a way to get it over to Ely, and Dave will have very quiet in his neighborhood, and it'll be fine, allegedly, for reasons.
All right.
It'll be fine. It's okay. But
That's
I'll use a comparison here, real quick. It's trivia. Dave is the master of collecting every player in creation in every sport.
This is
Can
true.
you tell me, in short version, who is Terrell Brandon, Dave?
Basketball guy.
Yep.
Boston Cavaliers, I think it was.
Yep.
Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Did he play for the T-Wolves a little bit too?
Yep, a little bit.
Yeah. So in January, the StarQuest Gold Terrell Brandon sold for $300. He's Terrell Brandon. It is basketball, but he's Terrell Brandon. His most noteworthy accomplishment was selling for $300 as a StarQuest Gold. That was his most noteworthy accomplishment in the game of basketball.
Yeah.
That tells you that even like the no-name guys, it's like people go after them. It's like
Right.
because how kind of a hardcore do you have to be to make that your offer?
Yeah.
Well, unless that's like again, you said the set collectors could be a
There
set
could be.
collector.
But
Could be
that-
somebody who loves the. Is he in a Cavs jersey in that picture?
No, he's in a Bucks jersey.
Bucks
That one.
jersey. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are a hardcore like the guy that's been after that card for freaking 10 years. Like there's those cards are those '90s cards, man. They just continue shocking me, I guess, at times, but they shouldn't.
Yeah,
There-
but that's how it works. Go ahead, Steve.
So Ty, there is something to consider from a condition perspective. I'll give you a prime example, and I'm taking Dave's thunder on this one because it was one of those in which he sent it to me and everything, and he's like, and I looked at the price, I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Of all times, that being one of your top 5. On top of, the Mirror Platinum stuff along those lines to add to the Brodeur collection. I'm like, what are the odds that, both cards are going to pop up around the same time? Go figure, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that sucks. And as we were talking about it, he had mentioned he had put in an offer and the seller countered and basically said, hey, look at the condition. I didn't even pay attention to the condition because I was only looking at the picture that Dave sent me originally. I didn't go to eBay and look at everything. And after going and looking at the card, I'm like, man, this thing is beat to shit. And even for something that, for those of us who know how rare it is, it's like, that's tough. I mean, hey, $100. what did it sell for, Dave? 250, 200, something like that. And I told Dave, I was like, look, I understand the rarity and everything else. I was like, but even if that was my guy and I knew that was the price that potentially I would have to pay, I'd have a hard time coughing that up for something in that bad of a condition. I mean, it was beat up. Mm-hmm. If you want to add it as a placeholder and you can get it for the right price, hey, I get it. Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, that thing was ugly.
Especially every time you pull that card out, you're like, oh, you know, like
yep.
I don't have many of those. I have a Tukarask Young Guns, and you guys sent it wrong, and it's got like a little tiny white speck at the top, but it pisses me off every time I look at it. So if that bothers a collector, then I'm sure that thing would have just really been a sore spot. You know,
this thing had rounded corners, man. I mean, this thing looked like it was thrown in like a shoebox type of thing, and you know, every time the shoebox moved, those corners were just banging on the sides of the shoebox.
Yeah, right.
It was rough. It was rough. And it's unfortunate because, you know, it's one of those in which I know Dave was excited. I mean, he was like all jumping up and down and everything else and gung-ho and putting in that offer. And he's like, oh, thank goodness that this was a great seller. Somebody with, you know, dignity and everything else is like, hey, man, not sure if you paid attention to the condition or not, but you may want to check that out. So props to that seller. I mean, that doesn't happen very often, especially in the current market that we're dealing with. You know, people are selling stuff and willing to jump on anything and everything potentially that somebody sends. So
I'll give him his credit. I'll give him his credit though, but at the same time, I'll also consider that the seller probably also knows that, hey, it's worth it saving a potential return because he'd have to take it.
So that's true too.
So it's also good on his end to be like, just make sure if you're happy, if you're cool, let me make sure I tell you. That way you can't accuse me of being like, hey, he held out on blah, blah, blah. Because it takes less to return something now. So he's like, look, as long as you're cool and this is fine with you and this is a deal, I'll finish the deal. I'll send it to you. No problem. Done. All good.
And valid.
Yeah. Yep. And he gave you a chance to back out and you did, and all good.
What card was it, if you don't mind me asking?
Star Quest Gold. Brodeur.
The one that you sent me. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was. That one was pretty bad. I wasn't sure if there was another one. Yeah.
No, that'd be the one.
The only reason it went that cheap.
Right.
Otherwise, it would have blown that right out of the water.
And,
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially from the hockey perspective.
Oh yeah.
We won't talk about my sob story.
Oh, when you're talking about that gold, that TD, that from about almost a month ago, yeah, that was a bummer.
Yeah, well, that one is what it is, but I had held off, and I reached out to the Amish bank for some assistance.
Is this an option that we can all consider?
I want to open an account at the Amish bank just because I want to see what this debit card looks like. Yeah, I kind of want to know. What features does it have?
Right, that's what I want to know.
It wasn't a substantial thing, but you know, my budget resets at a certain point in the month, and it was one of those in which this card had been up for a while, and it's like, you know what, Dave, I need your help. Any chance you can hook me up, and we'll figure something out. And he was going to oblige. Well, it was up on eBay through ComSeek consignment, right? So he goes to pull it up. It shows out of stock. And I'm like, seriously? Why the hell is this motherfucker still up on eBay? Pardon my language. But I'm like, why is this still up on eBay? It's non-existent. It does not exist. This should not be a valid listing. But it was the Star Quest Gold of Terrell Davis.
That's weird because usually I think it's automated. Like I've bought stuff specifically from ComSeek that was on the eBay listing, and then went to check the eBay listing just to see, and it takes like 3 minutes sometimes. Like as quick as 3 minutes, and it gets pulled.
Oh man, you missed it by like less than 3 minutes.
No, I'm willing to bet you I can still go on here, and it's still going to show as if it exists.
I believe you, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, like I think it's automated. I don't think a person literally pulls it down that fast. I don't think they can.
Yeah. That's really interesting, but also really a big bummer. I had that happen with an A-Rod too. Just it was too slow. You know, car got listed at way too cheap. and somebody bought
Because
it
if I
through
see a
eBay.
COMC thing, I'll literally go on COMC because most of the time the price is a lot better. So
Way
it's like
better.
if I can just take it straight from COMC, then I will.
Right.
It just depends on what it is.
Yeah, and that's a tricky one. I mean, that whole thing too with like the offers every now and then you find a seller who's got the automated accept on, and you can kind of go through and pick up some cards. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's really a bummer. That stinks. But you know what I've seen though? I swear to God, this happens this way. I don't know if it happens with you guys. You miss out on a big card, something just as nice comes up. Might not be the same card, but something big always comes up after. I mean, duh, but soon after. Seems like it happens all the time. But I'm sure something's gonna find its way to you sooner than later.
Right now, a lot of these are coming in batches anyway. That's kind of the thing that was the thing with Dave and the Brodeurs is that they came stack one after another, and that's why I said that was my situation in December. It was like, really, guys, just give me a break. Give me like a day off, one day off. Just chill out for just a moment. Just could you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no joke, man. Dave, I all this. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
The guy from the Czech Republic listed a bunch more, but it's everything I've picked up, and there's nothing of consequence or like the depth that I want to pick up. It's most of the stuff that I've already got, so I'm like, good. That maybe the next run of them will have something else, but right now it's like, okay, little breathing room, so if somebody else pops something up there, I can make a hard run at that instead of being like, oh crap, this guy's got like 25 auctions and I'm spending $700 on it, and it's like, oh.
What you spent back then, though, on that one batch, was you would have to pay almost double now, for sure, because it was way back before things really got crazy with hockey. So, I mean, you should be thanking your lucky stars that you have all that already, man.
There's still a couple. I'm like, I wish I would have known more, especially with like that dealer's artist proof and then the Black Diamond 98, 99 quad.
Yeah.
Those two, where they went price-wise, I was like, I wasn't prepared to see that final bid. I'm like, those are 3-digit cards. That's a score, artist proof, basically. And a Black Diamond quad to 100, where you think, again, if you're comparing to sports, it's like, man, baseball, those are pretty easy to come by. Basketball, you pay a little more. Football, you pay pretty much nothing. You can get whoever you want for probably under, well, not anybody. Manning and a Moss rookie are going to still cost you, but like veterans outside of like the Hall of Fame legends, you can probably pick anything up for under like $20. And to see Brodeur go for like, what, I think 109 or 114, I'm like, huh, interesting.
That's crazy stuff, man. That's crazy stuff. Yeah, I don't know what I would have done if I would have lost one of those. The Z Gold, I kind of was like, all right, if I had to pick one, I'd have to visually appealing, go for the shiny gold one, but that would have been a tough one. So I get what Steve's going through, man. That was my numero uno card,
So you did finally get you one, though?
Well, they're both on their way from Vegas, so hopefully nobody jacks them. They've left. They've left and they're on their way here, but yeah, pretty excited. You guys aren't going to believe this, but I paid the guy and his last name is Burrows as well, which, like a guy with my same last name, which I guess isn't that common, who also collects Tebow. I thought the multiverse portal had opened up and he came from another dimension or something. But he had the Tebows and sold them. Like, dude, am I buying for myself? But that was pretty cool.
It's you in a past life, helping you out.
Living in Vegas, retired, but he was really cool, man. We were talking about artist proofs, and he goes, "Hey, are there any particular cards you're looking for at Tebow?" I got a bunch. I was like, "Well, I mean, I can't really buy anything else." I said, "Do you have the 96, 97, 98 Zenith artist proofs?" He goes, "Yeah, I got it. I'll throw it in for you." I was like, "Holy crap, thanks." So,
wow.
I mean, that one though, that's another one, Carlos. Like I don't know about you with Brodeur, but I have not been. I've never seen.
I haven't done too much with Brodeur. I'm not huge into that one.
Yeah. I think I got something on my eye. Sorry. But no, I mean, with Medano, when's the last time you saw a Zenith artist proof from 97, 98? I mean, I feel like those don't pop up hardly at all either.
Not a lot, but there's one on there now. I bought one a little while ago, so or at least there was a little bit ago. I was scanning through and I saw it. They do have them from time to time. They are a little bit more obscure. I will say that part's true.
Interesting. Well, they were like 1 out of 2 boxes or something. So, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Glenn?
What's going on, man?
Nice to see you all.
Are you sure you want to join this madness?
Trust me, you can't handle me.
Uh,
I've never had to go on one of these. This is weird. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Hockey. Well, we were.
Hockey.
Yeah.
Fucking right
Oh,
now.
Jesus. I thought we were doing
But-
wrestling. What the hell?
We
Okay.
will, we will.
Yeah, that will come. That will come.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a hockey
That's
fight?
fine.
That's basically wrestling.
Yeah.
With real punching.
Yeah. Well, there's some punching in there between the wrestling. Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, fine. I'll give it to you.
So on that note, I guess we can transition to the topic, I guess, because this was Dave's idea since coming up on the Royal Rumble to kind of go on to some wrestling topics, which we know Carlos can add some. I can't add a whole lot because I'm just a specific era guy, I guess. Matt, I'm not sure how much you know about wrestling.
Well, I'm honestly me and Tyler are gonna talk here soon, so I guess I can use this as let Cole Hamels fan take my spot. But it was really nice to catch up with you guys, obviously. And Carlos, I'm looking forward to part 3 of all that. It gets me through my afternoons. I put it on the other screen and put the music onto it. Not that I don't like hearing your voice, but if some people come in and they're like, "What the heck? Who are you talking to?" So, but yeah. Thanks again, guys, for letting me pop on here for a bit.
Absolutely, Matt.
Nice to
Always
meet
a
you,
pleasure.
Hamels fan. Yeah.
Always a pleasure having you, Matt. Take care, buddy.
Yep. See you, man.
Take it easy.
And now we are back to 4. So, Dave, where did you want to take this?
Since at least 3 of us keep up with wrestling somewhat I'm not as serious as I used to be. I'm not serious, but like 2-3 years ago, I try to watch AEW Dark. I've got the network, but I still haven't even watched the December pay-per-view TLC.
In fairness, Dave, I was serious. You're borderline psychotic stalkerish. There's levels. Like, I'm the standard level black belt. You're like, do we have another color? Can we just do that instead, just to save time? I know my odd wrestling thing, but I think you were a little more obsessive about it than I was. But I definitely watched my fair share.
Possibly.
Yeah.
And I know Clint, he's a big Terry Funk fan, and he's watched wrestling for forever and a day too. So I don't know,
Yeah,
Clint. I'll start with you. How much have you kept up with wrestling? Probably the last 4 to 5 years or so.
That's a good question. A lot and then not a lot at the same time. I've gotten really into independence. Like a lot of stuff that was like all the people now that are in WWE, I was watching them probably like 5 years ago in little crappy bingo halls and all that crap. So like a lot of them, like Leo Rush, Isaiah Swerve Scott, Seth Rollins a little bit with Ring of Honor, Dean Ambrose with CZW. So yeah, for a while there, I watched real hardcore until I'd say like 2003, and I completely stopped watching for like 5 years, and then I got back into it around 2008. So, and then I started my Terry Funk collection, which is like insane right now. Me trying to get every single card that Terry Funk has ever had made ever. And he has a lot of fucking cards. I found that out pretty quickly. Like, I got over, I think I had 80, and I still got like 8 more to send him. But he's starting to get slightly demented, so I feel bad sending him stuff. Plus, when his wife died, he got really sad, so I was like, alright, I kind of stopped doing it, so I just have a whole bunch of cards over there that one day I'll send him, but I don't know, other than that, I watch it kind of regularly. I guess EW, WWE, not so much. But yeah, that's about my answer.
And Carlos,
You guys?
how much do you keep
WWE
up on?
WWE is basically just me looking at the highlights and kind of just keeping tabs from a distance peripherally. AEW, I'll watch the show because AEW at least is a program I like what they're doing as a show.
Mhm.
It's a little bit more the style of wrestling that I enjoyed watching growing up. I watched pretty consistently, I would say, from about 89, 90 until about WrestleMania 21, give or take when Cena started to become the guy at the very beginning. I wasn't that into it. I knew you could see the shift because WWE is really transparent. When they name somebody the guy, it's very clear who the guy is. So you knew, and I wasn't really a big Cena fan. I've appreciated him more later on in his career. I appreciated him a lot more later. But during that time period, I was like, this is intolerable. Like, have some creativity, just a little bit. Just pretend.
You didn't like Rap Cena?
I was like, you're trying too hard. But it worked for him because he needed something. Like, being what he was right at the very beginning wasn't gonna cut it. So it's like the Rap Cena thing at least worked for him to a certain degree. It was fine. But then he once he became the champion and became a good guy anyway, he wasn't going to be really Rap Cena that way anymore anyway.
Mhm.
Like he shifted into PG mode very quickly. Like he had no problem shifting real fast. But the thing is, like, Cena's had a long run at the top, like longer than Hogan's run. Like his run at the top was long. Really, if you added up the years that accumulated over time, I paid it a little more attention when Punk started doing his thing. When he started doing his thing a little bit, because it was like, yeah, it's still wrestling. It's a show. But at least you're trying something a little, you're reaching out a little bit across the fourth wall a little bit. You're playing with that a little bit. When it was still novel. Not when it's every 5 seconds. It's like, yeah, we're going to break the fourth wall. Yeah, we got it. Thank you. I know it's a show. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do that 25 years ago, but thank you. But at least it was an original attempt. I didn't mind his little Messiah thing. The Straight Edge Society was kind of fun. I kind of liked that little bit there. But then when he went to do his thing with Cena, it was kind of cool. But then they like started it, and then it's like, well, finish it. Like there's a story arc here that's a very logical story arc, and then it ends, and then you move on. And then he had his long run with the title, which is fun. And then once that ended, I was like, okay, I'm kind of watching, kind of not. I like the Daniel Bryan thing a little bit. So WWE, maybe in the last year and a half, 2 years, I really haven't paid super close attention anymore because it's like, okay, like I'm tired. I don't care. Oh, but Roman Reigns is a bad guy now. That's great. You should have done that 5 years ago. You've had plenty of opportunities to do this. Like it was so obvious. You missed that boat. That ship sail hit the iceberg, and James Cameron made a movie about it. That's how far beyond we are already at the stage. We passed it, man. We passed it. But hey, whatever. They do their thing. But at least AEW as a show puts on a show that I can at least. It's once a week. Like I can sit there and watch. I'll watch a little bit of Dark. I'll watch Being the Elite. That's fun. And I think they'll do a second show, but this just because they have a lot of talent. So I think they'll split the talent between the two shows. There's enough talent to do that.
Yeah.
So that'll be fine. So I'll probably watch the second show when they do it, because at least if you keep the talent on one show versus the other and do a little bit of crossover, but keep it separate, I think it's good. That's enough to keep me happy.
And Steve, your wrestling background, I know we've talked about it in one of our very first episodes. I don't know what number it was, but we talked a bit about the wrestling. But what is your background? Wrestling?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. There was interest when I was younger, but it was more focused around the Von Erichs, just because they're Texas natives, of
I was
course.
literally about to say Kerry Von Erich, and I was like, let me not assume. But then it's like,
Well, the appreciation actually started. You know, my first watching of anything wrestling related was a Von Erich documentary type thing.
Sure, yeah.
And it really focused more on Fritz. So it was one of those in which I could get that appreciation of where that whole lineage really started and everything else. And, you know, all the tragedy that took place within the Von Erich family and everything else. But, you know, outside of that, I never went to like the Sportatorium or anything along those lines. Although knowing what I know now, so to speak, from a wrestling perspective, I missed it. I missed a great opportunity, you know, because it wasn't all flashy glitz and glam and production. Yeah, you still somewhat had your storylines, but nothing compared to, you know, what it like the male soap opera that it is today, so to speak. but I got really back into it during the Attitude Era, of course. I love DX, all-time favorite group. Went to plenty of shows. Never went to a pay-per-view type situation. Although when it was held in Houston the one year, my buddy and I thought about going, and when we found out how much the tickets were, we're like, yeah, I don't think so.
Now, for DX, are you predominantly the early DX with Michaels, Hunter, and China, or was it DX with like New Age Outlaws and the rest of it?
I preferred the original grouping,
Sure.
but
Okay.
the New Age Outlaws. I'll be honest, I wasn't much of a fan of X-Pac.
Nobody was a fan of X-Pac.
That guy
His
actually,
house aren't a fan of X-Pac.
that guy actually kind of drove me nuts. But
Yes.
the New Age Outlaws added a little bit of comical extra to the mix. But then again, I also like Billy Gunn.
Yeah. But I also think it's that Jesse James knew exactly how to intro them.
Yes,
Like their intro became a thing to the point that the crowd was primed for the intro. Like it's like we're gonna boo you for most of this match, but during the intro,
yep.
we know exactly the shtick, and you're gonna do your thing, and people like it.
Yep.
So it's like they understood. He understood how to do the thing because when he gets on the microphone, he knows what he's doing.
Oh, without a doubt.
And if Billy Gunn had half of his mic skills, he would have been a world champion multi-time over because he looked like $1 billion.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
he's still out there with his kids now.
Yep.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, look, I know it's steroids, but you still look pretty good for a guy like pushing 50.
Right.
Like he's still in shape, and I'm like, there's something wrong here. And all his kids are like half his size, and I'm like, what happened to you two? Such a shame.
And I will say, in the late '80s, early '90s, I love the Ultimate Warrior, even with his crazed antics and his excessive drug abuse. Whether or not
none of his promos made any sense.
whether or not you wanted to believe any of that or not, but it was one of those in which he was right for and I'll call it a sport.
Sure. Okay.
Let's be realistic. He was right for that era. I know I'll probably get a bunch of boos from everybody. I wasn't a big fan of Hogan. I never understood Hulkamania. I for whatever reason, I just wasn't a fan. But Warrior was my guy as kids. 7 and 8 years old, my best friend and I would actually go. There was a shoe store in a little strip center, and we'd take our allowance and actually go buy multicolored shoestrings and do the things on the arms and face paint. Yeah, and do the face paint and wrestle pillows, just because that's how much we enjoyed him as a wrestler. I liked a lot of the other guys. I loved the Rockers. Shawn Michaels and Jannetty. They were always fun and entertaining to watch. Brutus the Barber Beefcake, that guy was beyond like freaking nuts. Like seriously, like he had something wrong with his head, just like Warrior did.
He did. WCW, he also had an identity crisis, which is worse. Dave
But
knows what I'm referring to.
But on the flip side, there was also WCW at that. I loved Sting. I loved watching Goldberg's, undefeated streak for as long as what it was. I think they overdid it to a certain degree. But I enjoyed a lot of the different individuals throughout the multiple eras, and part of that was personality. It wasn't what they did in the ring, so to speak, but it was really the story and the personality that really brought them out. But I found myself, at least during the Attitude Era, recording every show. Mm-hmm. And, it didn't matter what I was doing. If my buddy and I went and hit the gym type situation and we got back to the house, we always made sure we watched it because we were up on the storyline. We knew what was going on. We knew and we got all the pay-per-views. So I never got into ECW.
I thought it was good. I thought it was good for what it was. I know Dave probably got into it even more. I just like when he put. I pinged him when I saw the thing. I was like, "So Mike Awesome, eh? I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Dave." But I think it was. Here's what I'll say about ECW. I think it was good if you really did like the wrestling aspect of it, because they took the whole wrestling idea and turned it up to 11. Because they said, like, look, this is Paul Heyman's vision of professional wrestling, but he wanted it to be counterculture, and that's what he went for. Like, whatever it is, we're going to push this. So we're going to push this as far as it'll go. You've got valets. Well, we've got valets that are basically strippers. We're just going to go like, yeah, we'll take it another step. You've got violence. Someone probably died. And then we have New Jack, who probably wanted someone to die. And this is what we'll bring out. This is what we'll bring to you. And he tried to kill a man and almost succeeded in nearly killing a man several times, probably. But that was basically now.
As a 14-year-old kid, that was amazing.
But that he understood his demographic, because he was pitching it to you, and to you, it's like, yes, this is, you want to see this. This is what I'm going to give you.
I was there. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's the thing. He understood.
As a kid, I could not have more fun in those shows. Like, it was insane. Like, you could not.
I just don't know. I just don't know if
without,
ECW
like,
would have ever
people
been
just
sustainable.
jumping.
Yeah, ECW would have never been sustainable the way it was designed. Like, it was something that was going to be a shooting star no matter what. It's even if he had been better with the business side of it, at some point he would have been forced to change it. Not because it's like, oh, well, the only way we're going to be mainstream. No, it's just that you can't sustain it. It's really hard to like keep going down that path. And at a certain point, it's like, well, do you actually have to let New Jack kill somebody? Because how far can you push this? You're pushing right up against that line anyway. So it's like, you can't actually let him kill a man. He's trying, but you can't actually let him finish the job.
At least not on TV.
Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly.
The mass transit incident up in, I think, Connecticut or Massachusetts.
Something like that,
Yeah, that's
The mass transit.
ECW. After watching, again, the gimmicks and the color. I want to say the guy's name. Last name was Johnson. Whoever came up with all the music and the intros, the walkout music for WWF.
Was it Jim Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the one who did all the theme songs. The theme songs. Yeah.
That stuff was, I mean, you instantly, you heard those drums and you knew it was going to hit a crescendo, and then like the trumpet or whatever, and then you'd have Akeem coming out.
Yes.
$1 Million Man's laugh. And then some background chorus, money, money, money.
No,
You
well,
knew-
that was genius, is what it was. That was that was literally money. As soon as you play that song, it's like everybody knows exactly what the song is. You know exactly what it is. Playing to
They did
Steve's
that.
favorite though, like imagine the Ultimate Warrior coming out to like classical music and trying to do that dumb shit. Because you imagine him grabbing the ropes and trying to do that. No, it's not going to work. But if you play a rock and roll song, dun 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 dun, like it's been 25 years, and it's like, no. As soon as I do this, if somebody knows, like dun 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 dun, as soon as you play that, the Ultimate Warrior runs out. He shakes the ropes. You know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And so I like that aspect, or the more visual aspect with the audio than WCW, because they still at the time were transferring or transitioning from NWA into like the Ted Turner WCW, trying to up their visual game, because it still wasn't like the Norfolk scope or something. You had bigger spots, but you had less lighting. Everything just looked not as crisp and clear than the $1 Million Belt. Exactly. You had those type of gimmicks. Where, hey, I can't win a belt. You're not giving me the chances. Guess what? I've got enough money. I'm going to go out and buy my own.
I like the idea, but I really do think they copped out a little bit. They should have literally let him find a way to actually buy the belt successfully one time. I really do think it would have been very funny to just have him parade around with the belt, at least for a little run, for a little while. There's a couple of those villains. Vince McMahon could never get his head around the idea of actually letting a villain hold the belt for a little while. It doesn't have to be forever. Just let him have it for a couple of months. Let him find a way to successfully steal the belt for a couple of months, lead it into WrestleMania, and then Hogan or whoever beats him for it, and we'll move on. Like, just, it wouldn't have been that. Him, Jake the Snake Roberts is a guy who you could have done that with at least one time. Just let him do something dastardly. Steal the belt. Go ahead.
They did it a little bit with the Sheik.
Yeah, but the Sheik was a transitional.
Because the
It was
Sheik
literally to
beat
get it off Bob
Hogan.
Backlund somehow. Yeah, his job was to get it off Bob Backlund so that Hogan could take it from the Sheik.
Mhm.
And that's the only but that was always Vince's MO. Like he
But the
wouldn't
Sheik
allow,
was
he
hate.
could, yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. But the thing is, like, the Sheik only got the belt at that moment precisely for the purpose of handing it to Hogan.
Mhm.
Oh
Because they're
yeah.
like, I got to get it off Backlund. He's had it for 6 years. I got to get it off Backlund because he wasn't going to have. Because I think I believe that Vince. I could be mistaken on the story, but I recall somewhere it was said that I think Vince was trying to convince Backlund to turn heel.
Mhm.
He was like,
Yep.
you turn heel, and then Hogan beats you, and Backlund's like, yeah, no, I've been doing this for 6 years. No, I'm not. No. So the Sheik thing is like, all right, this is the compromise. Fine. The Sheik beats you with some underhanded means, then you're out of the picture. Even though he didn't go away, he never got a rematch.
Mhm.
Although that played into the crazy Bob Backlund later, where basically he's like, all right, it's like he threw in the towel. I never surrendered. You took the belt from me, and then I never got a rematch. It's like, I'm sorry, crazy Bob Backlund was right. He was correct. He got screwed. He got hosed.
I like the crazy one. Now, again, he's from Princeton, Minnesota, so again, got to go with the home state guy. But that crossface chicken wing, and when he slapped that thing on, and then he just started like screaming and hollering and yelling. I'm like, oh, that's what a heel that's demented and nuts should be.
But dude,
Because
crazy Bob Backlund also got hosed because I'm like, no,
oh,
let the man have the belt for a couple months. No, this is
oh,
great. This is fantastic. No, run with this like for 2 or 3 months. That's all I want.
like,
The whole give
no,
it to Diesel in a house show in like 3 seconds. No, this is trash. Trash. Original
that-
Bob Backlund got hosed and crazy Bob Backlund got hosed twice. This is trash. I'm still bitter about it is all I'm saying. I'm still bitter.
Yeah, I was going to say bitter party at 2. Your table's ready.
Correct. Dude, I was all for the wrestling's supposed to be entertainment. Crazy Bob Backlund was entertaining.
oh,
Like, let him have some promos with the damn title. Hell, do it for 4 weeks. I don't care. Like, but just
Yeah.
let him have a month with the damn thing, and then you can hand it over to Diesel and do the rest of it. But let him have like a couple of title defenses, and then he keeps talking gibberish and nonsense. It's like, it was funny, and I was legitimately enjoying it, and at least it made sense. He was a 6-year champion. It's not ridiculous that he could win the stupid belt and hold on to it for a month.
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the talent level, so to speak, doesn't diminish, so to speak.
And a wrestler in his 40s is actually still kind of in his prime because
Yeah.
that was kind of the way with the tradition. Because at that point in the sport, they know their business well enough to be like, well, even if you're not at your athletic peak, you're probably cunning. You probably know every trick in the book by that point. Because for me, going back to the WCW thing, even though he came to WWE, Flair's best performance for me was the 92 Rumble. Like that was Ric Flair doing what Ric Flair could do for an hour and change. And with a variety of other wrestlers that he hadn't necessarily wrestled nearly as much time with, like he was relatively new to the company coming back. He was doing that whole gimmick. But Flair was in his 40s.
Yeah.
But he performed like at a top tier level for an hour plus, and at the end of it, he should have been like a made man with the damn title, at least for a little while. But Vince could never completely get behind it.
Mm-mm.
Because WrestleMania 8 was always supposed to be Hogan and Flair for the title.
Yep.
Like it was built. He won the Rumble. Hogan finds a way to get into WrestleMania 8. You got a potential mega match that never happened. And then they did in WCW, and then here Hogan, have your belt.
Yeah, was that the one where it was basically fall down and pin you?
That was later. Hogan got
Okay.
that one. Hogan was part of that one too. That was the finger poke of doom.
Okay. Yeah, because that was back in the NWO days though too.
Yes.
That was kind of coming up on the end of WCW though.
There
was
a
it
little
not?
time. There was a little time left on that one, but it was There was the beginning of the end. I would say for that one. The one I'm referring to is like I want to say '94. It was like Bash at the Beach, and they finally or something like that, and they did like the Hogan Flair match. Like the Hogan Flair match that should have been WrestleMania 8. That at WrestleMania 8 would have done big business at the Hoosier Dome potentially if they had built it up correctly. Then they did it in 1994 on like a WCW random pay-per-view. That was Bash at the Beach was a pay-per-view, but it wasn't Starrcade. It wasn't their big
Right.
show. But it's like Hogan Flair sounds to me like a Starrcade match. I don't know, but it sounds to me like he should have.
Yeah, well, it's that storylines, promoters, writers. Sometimes you you kind of wonder why they go down certain paths and everything else. But so fun fact, and I can't remember what year it was, but did you guys know that for the longest time that WCW would never come to Dallas?
Okay. Any particular reason?
They'd go to Fort Worth.
Okay.
They'd go to other, but never to Dallas.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Really?
Which is why for the longest time, because during my prime watching years and everything else, we watched WCW from time to time. It wasn't excessive, but it was the whole Crow era of Sting is what it's kind of referred to. That was one of my favorite times for WCW. I love the bat. There's just something about the bat. And, freaking coming down off the Raptors and everything else. It kind of fit, I guess, during that time. But that was the only time that WCW came to Dallas is during that era. So whenever that was. But for years prior, they never came to Dallas, ever, for whatever reason. And I don't know if it could have been, I can't say it's contractual, but for whatever reason, WCW would never be booked in Dallas until then. And then I think they showed up one more time after the one my buddy and I went to, and then basically WCW was gone. Right. So it was really weird.
That's weird because they were all over the South. They were very much, they still had their roots in the Southern wrestling promotion. Although towards, once they started getting bigger, they ventured up to Canada. They had a Nitro there. They did some stuff here and there. And they would move around the rest of the country, and they did some international tours and stuff. But they very much had a strong base in the South. It's part of the reason why I think when they went under and WWF bought them, their ratings didn't just double. Suddenly those people just vaporized. Just like, what happened? It's like, no, WCW had this fan base. This is their fan base. Yeah. You're not taking it. They won't watch your show.
No.
Well, and my thing was I didn't know and it was a house show, but it was a damn good house show. I mean, I think the main event was a cage match with, and I don't remember who it was, but I mean, it was a damn good show. Right. Even being a house show, it was fantastic. But the only thing that I could think of is because WCW always aired on TBS. Turner Broadcasting, that's out of Georgia. So to me, that's the only thing that I could kind of put my finger on. It's something to do with the fact that, their affiliation or their association with their contract with TBS, for whatever reason, they couldn't come. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. Why else would you not choose to come to Dallas, a large metropolitan area? You'd go to Fort Worth, but you wouldn't come to Dallas. It didn't make any sense to me.
Seems odd. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I have to look up that because I know they seem to hit up a lot of other spots that I won't say WWF didn't hit, but it was less. It was very sporadic for WWF to go to like Denver, but you'd see Nitro there quite a bit. You would see. I remember that's where, again, the picture that is depicted on the the podcast tonight, Mike Awesome made his debut for WCW when he came into the ring and hit Kevin Nash with his crutch, and Awesome had the cool jersey on and the fanny pack, but WCW always seemed to be in Denver. And again, not like ingrained in my memory, but I don't recall WWF being there. And if they were, it was once in a great while. Because Vegas was another one that WCW always hit up because what was it? The Halloween pay-per-view.
Halloween Havoc.
Yeah.
That usually, it seemed in that like 98, 99, 97, that was always in Vegas. And then they'd have 2 or 3, maybe 4 shows throughout the year out there. So I don't know exactly why WWF hit up certain spots. WCW didn't hit those spots as hard, or they couldn't, or vice versa. I'm not sure. It's something to look into, because again, I'd always thought that too. It's like, man, why are you always see Denver, you always see Vegas, and again, those were AWA strongholds with Vern Gagne, and they were out in Vegas all the time at the, I don't know if it's like the Luxor or one of those casinos. You always saw AWA out there. But I mean, but that was way back in the early to mid '80s, trending towards the late '80s, when you had still territories and people sort of having a little respect, until Vince Jr. came in and pretty much said, "Well, screw you guys. I'm making all the money. I don't care where you're at. I'm going to poach your talent, and I'm going to go. You're going at the Sportatorium. I'm going to go over here at whatever Reunion Arena. I'm going to go there and draw a huge house there, and you guys are going to be SOL."
Well, and the other thing that kind of, I thought about was, because at that time they were still separate entities type situation. They were always competing for ratings on, network television and things along those lines. Why competing brands wouldn't try and expand their reach, so to speak?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was one of those in which, and I don't know if something like WWE, for instance, would have like an exclusive contract with Reunion Arena, for instance, which was in Dallas, to where, they were the only ones who could put on events from a wrestling perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they did contracts like that, but you're also talking, in the 90s. So,
Well, I wouldn't put it past Vince, because especially in the '80s, he would do. I forget which one it was, but I know he did a deal with some of the cable companies where he was like, if you carry Starrcade, you can't have WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
So he would do stuff like that and be like, if you want WrestleMania, don't carry Starrcade, and they would. There is no amount of sneakiness or underhandedness or business shadiness that Vince would not do to get an edge.
well, did WCW ever go to Madison Square Garden?
No.
Or I was going to say, so to me, that would make sense then as to why.
Yeah.
WCW.
That was a stronghold going back to Vince Senior. Like
No, I get it. Yeah, no, and I get it, but it's one of those in which that would be the only way that would make sense, to where there would be an exclusive deal for a certain arena that, this is the only wrestling that can book shows here type situation.
Might have also been a handshake deal, because a lot of those deals were done because the Madison Square Garden thing worked, because, like I said, going back to Vince Senior, they had done business for so long that Vince Jr. got to just take it over and be like, as long as you maintain this, because so his way of like repaying them would be like, when it's a Madison Square Garden show and WWE doing a show at Madison Square Garden, they would treat it like a television taping almost.
Mm-hmm.
They would be like, we'll give you a quality of presentation and a quality of matches and whatever. We're not going to treat it like a regular plain old house show. This is a Madison Square Garden show. To the point that the network for a little while was doing the thing where they would actually have cameras there. They used some of Brock Lesnar's dates where they're paying him top dollar and be like, you're doing the Madison Square Garden show. It's only available on the network and if you happen to be in the arena.
Mm-hmm.
But they're paying him like $1 million to show up.
Yeah.
So it's like, so they would always give them that kind of respect to maintain that relationship with Madison Square Garden.
No, makes sense though too.
Yep. It's good business if you think about it. Like for Madison Square Garden, if you give us a good show. Go ahead.
What's up?
I couldn't hear.
They had a deal where you could veto anything like 6 months out, I think it was, where they could say no to anything and like take the date from anyone. Because New Japan tried a few times, a couple other people tried a few times, and they could always veto it and put a house show in or something. It's part of their contract with them. I know that.
Yeah, and I think they tried to do that with before they became a full official company. I think they tried to pull a power play with, I want to say AEW. They tried to pull a power play with one of them for one of the early shows.
That one.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that one they were like, yeah, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, Vince has never been about anything but himself, which again, you can't fault him, but at the same time, that's when you look in the mirror and that's the only person you're listening to, and there's anybody else talking, and that you could be silent, but guess what? You're always right, or that limits the growth of the company.
Well, on the flip side to that, though, too, it's one of those in which not everything you think of, maybe back in the day you were, spot on all the time as it pertains to your ideas and concepts and everything else along those lines, and it was making you buku bucks. But, things are different these days, and, that's why you have staff to do things, write promos, cut promos, write scripts, whatever it may be. What you think is best for the business isn't always best for the business, regardless if you think so or not. And that's been evident with some of, every once in a while, there's a lot of wrestling YouTube content out there as it pertains to content creators doing, speculations or rumors and, a lot of that stuff that circulates. And, it's one of those in which it never fails that on occasion you'll come across videos pertaining to, oh, well, Vince didn't like this, so, this is what Vince wanted to do, and blah, and, it caused this issue and this rift and, so on and so forth. And, knowing that wrestling is entertainment, to a certain degree, you have to put that at face value, because it's like, do you have firsthand knowledge? Is this speculation? Are you making educated guesses? I mean, what's the deal on some of this? But if that's in fact the case, and I get you still own the company, but you can't always stick your nose in the business if you wanted to consistently be successful. And that's been evident in some of the things that are speculative. We'll use the term allegedly, and where he's kind of stuck his nose into the mix of things, and it's kind of gone the adverse effect.
Yeah, the only thing that's kind of interesting is that I'll give Vince this. He has positioned himself in such a way where, despite all his missteps, he's managed to capitalize and grow at every turn. Mm-hmm. Because at this stage, he kind of just gets away with it. Because even this was recent. I don't know if you caught on to this, Dave. I don't know if you know, they sold the rights in the U.S. to the WWE Network to Peacock. So now it's going to be part of a different streaming service. So now it's going to be under that network of products from NBC. Well, the end result is it's still speculated because we don't know for sure, but they are a publicly traded company. So at some point they will have to release the totals. Mm-hmm. But the speculation is that deal is worth almost $1 billion to WWE.
That almost sounds cheap.
It almost sounds cheap, but at the same time, it's a declining asset if you really think about it. So it's one of those things where, like, he gets to just cash out. It's no longer his problem. He'll run WWE Network and other things. So WWE Network still exists in Canada, as it currently does. It's an actual channel in Canada where you can also associate the streaming. So you can go and watch the on-demand stuff online, but it's an actual channel. So you can turn on the channel or you can do the on-demand stuff online. So it's a combination of the two. But it's also more expensive here, even with the exchange rate taken into account. So $1 billion to do that. They'll probably go back to doing the Saudi Arabia shows as soon as they're allowed to travel again to do that. They made a ton of money off of those. Everything they do, basically, they're getting hundreds of millions of dollars in rights fees every year for a product that's getting progressively worse and the ratings are dropping. But if you make $300 million a year in rights fees and $1 billion on a streaming deal and this, that, and the other thing, it's like, do you care?
No, at the end of the day, and that's, you own the company and ultimately you make the decisions and you're the big dog, you make all the money. I get it. But, it still amazes me, though, that there's still opportunities to, I always hate to say this, but listen to the fans. Give the fans what they want, because if you do that a little bit more frequently, there's always that possibility to where things could get better, which means more money in your pocket.
In theory. Or you could sell the streaming rights to Peacock for $1 billion and tell the fans to screw off.
And that's true, too. But that just indicates, though, that he doesn't give a shit about the fans. And the fans are the ones that make him the money.
Yes. Correct. Yes. Uh-huh.
So in other words, what you're saying is he doesn't give a shit.
No. In reality, he never did, but now it's to the point like it's like I'm old. I don't even have to pretend.
Well, and if I want to say I caught something though. His health is diminishing as of late though too, from what I've heard.
I'm sure he's setting it up right now as a legacy company. The kids can divest themselves out of it anytime they want because realistically they positioned it where it makes money on its own. But if he sells off enough pieces of it, it's really a matter of like, okay, Stephanie and Shane, do you want to do anything with this? Now, mind you, it's not really the company it once was anymore. Now it's just a bunch of media products that you can sell. And Stephanie is, and more than Shane even, Stephanie is a chip off Vince, the old Vince Block. Because I've always gotten a kick out of it because a lot of people give her a pass because they don't realize it's like, no, Stephanie is about as ruthless as Vince is when she wants to be. Like she's gone in and done like conferences with businesses where she's like, philanthropy is like the new PR. And it's like, you say that, but at the same time, then you go, oh, we really love these charitable initiatives. Like, lady, you just said philanthropy is the new PR 5 seconds ago. Nothing you do is sincere, which is fine, but you're like saying it and then doing it. I like your audacity.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think Linda's pretty harsh too.
She's savvy. The ladies in that clan are not to be underestimated in terms of their ruthlessness.
Well, I know. I mean, she's got fantastic business sense.
Correct.
I mean, very good business sense. Wasn't she? She held a House position or a cabinet position or whatever under one of the presidents for small businesses or whatever.
Yeah, which is funny considering she hasn't run a small business since like the early 1980s.
Right. I know it's kind of one of those. It's like, okay, help me understand this and understand the reasoning behind it. But at the same time, it's it's one of those in which it's still, that ought to tell you her reach, so to speak.
Yeah.
And
well,
Ed,
they did induct him into the Hall of Fame. The least he can do is give Linda a cabinet position, Steve. Like, come on, you're in the Hall of Fame. It's not a real Hall of Fame, like other Hall of Fames are not real. But the point is, he was inducted.
Allegedly not real, Carlos. Allegedly not real.
I'm very confident that WWE Hall of Fame's not real. I'm willing to go on that limb.
Oh, I thought you were referring to another one.
That one we can discuss and debate if you like. But the WWE Hall of Fame, I am very comfortable and very confident in saying it is not a real Hall of Fame. Very comfortable.
Well, neither is the other one.
I was leaving it there, Dave. I was leaving it out there. I was just leaving it for people to interpret as they wished.
Let the topics get heated.
Coco Beware would be awesome. I mean, honestly, Coco's in it. It's a real Hall of Fame.
I would vote. I would do the voting. I would do the video for the voting. We already discussed this. Like those videos are not my style. They're not my channel style. However, I would make an exception if I could do a video to vote random YouTubers into the WWE Hall of Fame because that would be funny. I'm in. Let's do it.
That's about the same premise.
Yeah, but at least the WWE Hall of Fame is more prestigious. You get a ring, man.
Well,
You get
a ring, a patch, ring.
A ring is better, Dave. A ring's way better.
And you actually get, an award show,
Yes.
and you get to select who inducts you into the Hall of Fame.
Yes, you can have a drunken wrestler induct you, Dave.
So I just like to go on record in the event that I do make the Hall of Fame, which we all know that that's not going to happen.
Which Hall of Fame we're talking about now?
You know it's what I'm talking about. I was never a professional wrestler, so that wouldn't kind of is.
Neither was Pete Rose. What is your point, sir? Or Drew Carey, or Mr. T. Technically, sure, he's in a ring, but I don't count that as wrestling. Please continue.
True, very true.
Isn't Regis in there too?
I think
Probably,
so.
Yeah. And Trump is in it also, just so we're clear.
Yes, we know.
Yeah.
I would like to request Amish Dave Archer to give my induction speech on one condition.
Live from Lake Superior? Via satellite?
Drunk.
Wow, you've heard me sober. have my musings about this specific Hall of Fame.
That's my point, Dave.
All of a sudden, I'm over on the side doing play-by-play. It's like, JR, I got this. By God, he broke that man in half. It's like, JR, you're getting up in years. Don't worry. I got this, bro. I got this. Don't worry. I'll handle this.
Yeah, I could do that. I could write some stuff down, but it wouldn't matter.
I was going to say, what's the point?
Oh, we got Ed all riled up. He's typing in all caps.
Yes, to which part, Ed? All of it? There was a lot there. There's a lot to absorb, a lot to consider.
That's always good for me. He doesn't even want to like pontificate on the topic. He's like, yes, whatever you're talking about, do it.
Agreed. 100%. Yeah.
In all seriousness, wow, geez, I can't even talk, and I've only had 2 beers. Holy cow, maybe I need another. In all seriousness, since Ed is here, I know Dave and I said things in the comments in your nomination video, but I really would like to say, because it's different in written word, but thank you for what you said about us in your nomination video. That really did put a smile on my face. I can't speak for Dave, but it makes me proud to know that what we're doing does bring some sort of entertainment, and that we've held a small iota of a way to kind of get you out of your doldrums. I think that's the word that he used.
Doldrums is the correct word, yes.
Thank you. Telling you, man, maybe I need to.
You need another beer, Steve.
Jeez, obviously.
Myself, but I think you need one.
Obviously. But that was really cool, man. And I really can't put it in words to say I thank you enough, because that was really awesome. So thank you. And for those who haven't watched it, if you want to go check out Ed's YouTube Hall of Fame nomination video, it's a good list of people.
One of the rare lists we'll be on during this time frame, because most don't know you, which that's a shame, because or you too, Clint and Carlos. And most people don't like me because I don't fucking like many people, especially people that like to sit on the top of towers and have antennas up their assholes thinking they're important.
I'm glad you included the qualifier because I'm at my tower and it's like I'm still here. But I try occasionally. I like to hang out amongst the commoners. I try. I do.
You're in. Yeah, but that's different.
That is different. Yes, that is correct.
That is different.
I walk amongst the commoners. Please continue, Dave, as you were.
And Clint's been around for years too.
Yeah. And that's the thing that sucks, because all these people.
Do what, Clint? Okay.
On an unrelated story, just to include it, since I'm trying to figure out where we're going to end up with Dave. No one was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yes, I saw that.
It's kind of interesting. Not surprising, but kind of interesting.
Topps 85-401 was streaming it, quote unquote, and
cool.
Came out and nobody made it.
To be honest, that's probably legit. I would have, if you're going to do Barry Bonds or Roger Clemens, I could have lived with that. I don't really care for Kurt Schilling.
No.
I don't really care for him. Bonds, though, and Clemens, like, again, if you can live with the steroid thing, they were really great. Like, when they were at their best, they were really great. I have no problem with them being Hall of Famers. So go ahead, Dave. Other than live from Lake Superior, you were saying?
Even going back to before the steroids, they were still good players.
Yes, absolutely. Bonds in particular,
yes.
Clemens was on the decline. Toronto, he found the fountain of youth. Wink.
Well, of course.
Back-to-back Cy Youngs. But anyway, I accepted it. It was back-to-back Cy Youngs on my team. So we'll look the other way on this one, but I'm just saying.
Dave?
Yeah, you won't. Again, we've talked about this. You talked about this in the 70-hour podcast with Steve, Carlos. That the way it was done was horseshit. And then if you watch his video for this year's, he starts talking about longevity is key to me. Well, the fuck it is, because all you and your cronies were in for just over a year. So let's have our human centipede competition and get everybody that you know in. It's like, when you constantly talk out both sides of your mouth, at some point in time, fucking everybody's gonna wake up and, you know what? You're full of shit. Just kick rocks. I'll take some rocks and allegedly shackle them to your ankles and allegedly put you in a big lake.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly.
Well,
that's why I'll never get into the Hall of Fame of this particular platform, because we're Jason. I like Jason. He can. That's not manipulate. That's not the word I want to use. He can sort of bend around a lot of the stuff.
Okay.
I am very forthcoming in my feelings, and I use special words to describe my feelings, and I don't fucking care, because I don't give a shit about if people wipe their ass with sandpaper or not. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's how I've always been. It's not, oh my God, this is a new side of me. It's like, no, you turn around, that's an even worse side of me. So I don't know.
So I just like to go on record. The view count just went up when we started talking about this.
But I knew it would. Like, don't kid yourself. I was like, not that I would ever condone such things.
I just thought it was funny. We were slowly declining in counts as we were talking about the wrestling, and all of a sudden,
that was fun and all, guys. But we know what you're all here for.
But it's like, holy crap! It's like the minute that conversation came up, here comes everybody else. What's going on, Brad?
Did you realize we were trending on Twitter? We might have been.
Right? Not that we trended up excessively by any stretch of the imagination, but it still was like, this is interesting.
I'll let you know, sir, there are pockets of North Dakota where we are the #1 trending topic right now.
We nearly tripled our viewers, so
Yeah.
I'm 3 now?
5.
Ooh.
Oh, well, 4, because technically I count as 1 since I'm on the YouTube page ready to comment in the need that I need to, or kick somebody out, or whatever I need to do.
Valid.
It's one of those in which, of some of the ballots that I have watched, I can at least appreciate that some individuals are focusing on the longevity aspect. Mm-hmm. Looking past the 1-year requirement and actually looking at individuals that have been on YouTube for, even before this thing came about, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Carlos, kind of like how you had mentioned, the premise was right with what was ultimately trying to accomplish, but your recommendation of leveraging, Hobby Palooza, would have been tenfold what it is now. It's could have been done so much different.
It's literally a thing that promotes the community. If your goal is actually to promote the community, why don't you do a thing where people can? It's one thing to say, "Hey, check out this channel." Well, if I get around to it, I will. Or you could be like, "Okay, let me watch this person talk for a bit." Okay, I kind of get what they're talking about. Okay, that's kind of interesting. All right, fine, I'll check out their channel.
Right.
Done. You just did the job. The advertising the proof is in the pudding. You bring some folks on and let them talk, and then they're like, okay, no, this person seems kind of cool. That's fine. I'll check out their stuff. It's the best. It's a way better endorsement than just showing their channel page on the screen.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that. I like that some folks took the time to explain. They went a step beyond like just showing the names and just being like whatever. That's why I wrote back to Victor, and I wrote back to a couple of folk, because he went in and he goes, but he literally put bullet points. He goes, been on YouTube for this long, talks about this stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, there's a little extra effort put into it. I appreciate that.
Well, they put in effort last year. He just Dave and his sick sense of humor didn't want to go into granular detail, I guess, in his nominations this year.
Twofold. I'd done it previous 3 years. Same. It was like a 20+ minute video. I know people see that with me. They know they're gonna have burps, farts, swearing, rambling, off topic. It's like, okay, if that's why I think I said it. If you want to look back. I already tell you about these channels in the last 3 years. So that, and I was just like, a short video, doing my market research through Paul, and the hashtag invest. I invested very little time in that and clothing because I knew that would be a grab. I'm just like, okay, it's 2.5 minutes. And instantly, Mark texted me, and I think Bob texted me, like, oh crap. Taking pictures of their computer screen, like a video with my, like, allegedly my torso being naked. And when you see that time, it's like, oh, this is just not going to be good. Because again, I'm used to something over 15 minutes, and it's 2.5. This is going to be, and people, again, they're going to probably, even if they don't want to watch it, it's 2.5 minutes.
Right.
Opposed to everybody else, which again, I get
Shirtless and invest, you had me right away.
Yeah, I know, Clint. When you see that, people are just like, oh.
I was so turned on.
It's a cringe
Honestly, I had to
thing.
watch it like 4 times.
How are the YouTube analytics on that, Dave? It's like your watch engagement is tremendous, but it's still not a lot of watch time.
I think that's the case with most of my videos, so I'm not too worried. A click is a view. That's all I care about.
Fair enough.
There was a lot of for me.
Oh. And everybody, I always say it. It's like and I said it last year. They're generous. Well, fuck, who cares? That they're a good guy. Nobody gives a shit.
They're a good guy to you.
Yeah, they're your friend. And again, I get it's going to be most of the time people you associate with. You're not going to just start picking names out of the hat, but when you have people picking that, they're a Packer fan, 87, and Jabs family, I'm like, Phil's Pulse was even fucking nominated. I'm like, are you kidding me? They don't give 2 shits about anybody.
Okay, but can I push back on that for 1 second? I don't disagree with you, but let me make sure we can throw something out here, because I think if you're going to bother with this thing, and this is the format you're going to go with, I stand by Hobby Palooza. To me, is the better version of this.
Yep.
I still think it's the better version of it. But if you insist, then it should be who your buddies are. It is who you get entertainment from. And if you get entertainment from Packer Cards 87, some people like being a passive watcher. And if being a passive watcher, if you get entertainment, it's like your favorite TV show. If it's your favorite TV show, the stars on the show don't interact with you either. But it's a TV show, whatever. If you're getting entertainment from it and you're legitimately watching the videos and you enjoy watching the boxes get broken and the cards get shown, and that is entertaining to you, and that is your reasoning, 4 reasons, that is not an illegitimate vote for me. That okay, great. I get it. If that is entertainment to you. In a certain way, I prefer that to I'm picking this person because they're my buddy or because they comment back on my video. I actually would prefer Packers Card 87 because I just like watching the video. Because then at least you're saying, for me, there's quality in what this is. I am enjoying what this is. Even if the rest of people don't or whatever, that's cool. But a lot of the channels that are being selected is like, I go in and check a couple of the videos. I'm like, with due respect, these videos suck. It's not because the video quality, because you can have bad video quality and still have a good video because maybe you got something interesting to say. Or maybe you want to explain a card in a certain way. It doesn't have to be a 4K camera with multiple camera angles. That is not required. But, like, it sucks because it's actually just a bad video. It's a bad quality video. You don't say a lot. You show a card, and then that's about it. And then this is getting a vote for a quote-unquote Hall of Fame. I'm like, for what? It's not even a good video. It's not an entertainment video. It's not an engaging video. There's nothing here. And you're not going to learn anything anyway. The Packers Card 87 video, you can say, well, you're not going to learn anything. Well, if it's a new product you've never seen before, you know what the product looks like.
Valid.
You got something out of it. Even if that's all you got out of it, it's still more than some of these other videos that we're talking about. So that's the only thing. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just throwing out there, if someone legitimately gets entertainment value from it, I think that's a legitimate reason. I'm okay with that. If that's the reason. As opposed to, well, they're buddies with me. Okay, cool. So what?
For me, though, with that, it helps me if these people are voting for those guys, I'm fucking pushing them into the dumpster. Not the people they're voting for, but the people that are actually voting for them. So I'm like, you don't want to have any meaningful relationship other than mindless droning over like Flawless Boxes, Donruss Optic, Panini Prism. If you want that, that's fine. I don't want that. I'll watch Cards Infinity Chris. That's about the extent of what I watch, but I've been watching him for 11 years.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't know. It's easy to weed those people out though. Anytime I'll watch, because you made the reference to the 19-hour podcast of anytime like the Hall of Fame is mentioned, it's like my hover round goes over there and it's Hark.
I was told that you literally have like text the same way that some people get like Amber Alerts and these things. Like literally, you have it wired to your phone. As soon as someone mentions the YouTube Hall of Fame, it goes off. It's the same like blaring thing. It's like, it's like, is it an Amber Alert? I don't have anything on my phone. No, this is just for me. I gotta go. I'm needed.
I get where Carlos is coming from, and from an entertainment value, I do get it. If the vote is legitimate for the fact of entertainment value perspective, then I don't have an issue with it per se, but it's one of those in which if depending on how you want to look at this, if you are looking at ways to connect people, if that's really kind of the groundwork and what it's built on is to introduce individuals to other channels, but to introduce people to people, then and that to me is the way it was somewhat intended to be, then that should include the breakers.
But it's not a criteria though.
I know. It's not identified as a criteria, but if you're looking at it for at face value of what, and it's an interpretation. I mean, it is, and everybody's interpretation is different. If it's to connect people, build friendships, introduce others to and try and take it to that next level type situation, then to a certain degree, breakers should be excluded. However, that's not a requirement. I still never, I said this earlier, the whole year thing. And for those of us who have been around, Ed can respond to this. Brad can validate this, from a sports card perspective. Carlos, I know you've been around for a while from a YouTube perspective. I don't know how far you go back from a sports card perspective.
2018, fall of 2018.
Okay. But, Clint, Dave, myself, Ed, 10 years. Plus, Brad, I know is close in that vicinity. How many people came in with the fucking shitstorm and were gone in 10, 12, 14 months? A ton. And that's the part that agitates me, because even if you go look at the list, go look at past inductees. A lot of those people don't make videos anymore. Not that they shouldn't have been included or anything along those lines, because for a time they were, I don't want to call them pillars, but very active and very involved in things along those lines. So I'm not saying that it's not justified. Yeah. But at the same time, when you put that 1 year, you always run that risk of people coming and going. And to me, that's almost like a wasted entrant.
Well, I get it, but that's why that was part of the reason why I said the whole concept is like, okay, it's cute, but it's like, okay, so let's say you're inducted into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. So where does that go? I don't care if you get a passion out, irrelevant. Like, Is that maintained on a website somewhere? No, it isn't.
No.
Is there a virtual plaque with a write-up on why the hell you're even here? Nope. Like you exist in this nebulous spreadsheet that shows up once a year, and the list reappears once a year. Yep. Other than that, I can promise you, if Mike hadn't put the names of the previous inductees and I quizzed people, okay, who won in 2018?
Most people wouldn't be able to tell you.
19. Who's actually been on it? If I left it completely open, would you vote for somebody who's already been voted? Because you wouldn't know. But you were around at the time. Maybe you voted for them that year and they got in, but you don't remember. It's like I said, it's not really, it was never a real thing, but it's even less of a real thing because it's like, well, how are you even going to look it up? How would you even know?
Yep.
The rest of the year, they don't exist anyway. So it's like, what difference does it make?
And that's valid, Carlos. And like I said, what I do find interesting is that people actually get pissed off. Well, why haven't I got in? I did. No. That's one thing I've never understood. Now, I haven't experienced it. I'm only going off of, what I've heard from other individuals. But, seriously, I mean, is that what it's come down to? Let's gripe, moan, groan, bitch, complain. As a grown individual, well, why didn't I get in? I've done this. I've done that. Obviously, nobody cares. I'm not trying to be ugly, but, obviously nobody cares.
Yeah.
So there's a reason as to why. But what is that reason? Could be a multitude of things. Like you said, well, video sucks. I mean, that's always could be a prime example.
But that was the thing. I could live with it if it's the video sucks. Then at least you've got a criteria. Like then you have a criteria. If it's like I said, you don't have to be like in a state of the art studio with holograms showing these different. Like at least if the video at least pretends like you give a shit. Like if you're not literally just recording with a potato just out of spite, where you can't tell it's a card, like you can't. It's like, well, then what's the point? Why are we even here? What are we doing?
See my PSA 10 Michael Jordan?
Like that's the best one I've seen.
Beautiful,
so
isn't it? It's beautiful. It's perfectly centered.
That is the best centered one I've seen thus far.
Man, sitting on a gold mine.
But that's the thing. You'll see some of these things, some of these folks that are quote unquote Hall of Fame, and it's like, I watch your videos and they're literally shit. This isn't a judgment call on you as a person. And believe me, I do not hesitate to do a judgment call on you as a person. I will not hesitate.
No, we don't believe that for a second.
It's shocking, but it's true. But the thing is, no, the video is actually shit. Like, it's actually objectively shit. If I didn't know who you were, it's still shit. Like, it sucks.
Someone else.
I like Snoop's video last year because we started talking after. We talked before, but we talked after. He's like, you were the guy that I brought up about holding the phone up and down. And I'm like, I don't care. It don't matter to me that. Because he's like, you've been in your 8 years or 10 years. I'm like, who the fuck is he watching? I'm like, especially this time of year. Me? Referencing me? And I think it's because, again, obviously, the Amish are very technologically savvy, so we have to come along with the times. But the one video that I don't know if I asked him or I just started rooting around again, and I'd seen that where some guy had like 2,100 subs, and he's like, why am I not getting the votes? I'm like, well, fuck, you're literally doing your video from a closet. It does sound like you're in like a vacuum. It's like, what the fuck? No, who are you? How do you get 2,100 subs when I don't know who the fuck you are?
You buy them.
Oh, I know that. But
You go and use those sites. Sub count doesn't mean you get views. And guess what? When you monetize your stuff, it's based on your views, not your subs.
It is, yeah.
Can I buy them too?
You could, I mean, technically, but you'd have to buy a server and do some stuff. And
But the thing is, we discussed this.
that's
I
too
watched
much work.
one of
I give
one
up
of
on
Zombie
that.
Collector's streams, and I think Bob was on it. And Bob mentioned my channel. He shouted out my channel, which is nice of him. Which is nice. As much flack as I give, I'm still going to impeach Bob Lewis. Either way, just I'm not wavering. This is a cause that I will take through to the end, just for reasons. But the point is that it was nice of him to shout out the channel. But then one of the guys on there was like, he was looking at that. And he goes, I saw how many subscribers he had, but then I see how many views he gets. And I go, dude, I have 2 videos that have 1 million views.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is carryover from those old videos from 6 or 7 years ago that I made, which went viral at the time. It happens. But those same people that were watching Blu-ray videos that I made 4, 5, 6 years ago, which I enjoyed at the time, I was collecting them. So I made videos of them because that's what I was doing at the time. I was still collecting cards, but I never thought to make videos on cards. That's why I laugh. It's like my card videos are from 2018, but I've been collecting cards since 1990. I just didn't think to make card videos. And the reason I started making card videos was because I got bored with the Blu-ray thing. I wasn't interested in it anymore. I was figuring like, okay, well, I got this channel already. Like, what am I going to do with this thing? I decided, well, cards, I've been doing this all along. I may as well. And then I started looking around videos and I go, well, this shit sucks. It's basically, that was the rationale. So I was like, all right, let me see what I can do. I'll take my crack at this. I tried opening the boxes for a little while, got bored of that. And then I go, you know what? How about I just give unsolicited opinions on things I feel like doing? And the first video Dave ever saw of mine was like, all right, so let me go take, it's like, this man made a video and I'm about to say why I don't agree with this video. And that was what I did. And then I did my pickup videos and all that since then, but I've always made my videos when I have something to say.
And I actually finally went back and watched that.
Yeah. And I thought I was exceedingly fair. That's why I never really got a ton of backlash on it because I was very even-handed, but I also said it wasn't good.
Right. What was that, Dave?
I was exceedingly fair in my assessment of him too, and during that.
I would say I was more exceedingly fair in my assessment than your exceedingly fair assessment. So
Carlos was a little bit more politically correct in his assertion of said video.
I also didn't
not
give
so
nearly
much.
as much I also didn't give nearly as much of a shit as Dave did. Like Dave was very passionate about this. I'm like, look, I don't know this guy from Adam. I don't really care. And I said on there at the time, I said, well, if I see a video that he makes that I like, I'll watch it. Well, ironically, spoiler, he hasn't made very many videos that I've liked, so I haven't watched them. But that's always been my criteria. Like, is the video good?
Right.
If it's good, I'll watch it. If it's not good, I'm not going to watch it. And at this stage, that's why I laugh, because when that guy was looking at it, he goes, I need about another 100, and I will be at 3,000 subscribers, and I will perplex even more people. They'll be like, why? 3,000? And then go look at the views, and it's like, wait, how does it? It's like, dude, look, man, not my fault. But the live streams do great. So it's like, what do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that's all those starts and stops and starts and stops. Or, I watched part of it, exit out, come back, start back where I was.
But they're also so long, Steve, that you should see the watch time. So here's the thing. I don't care about the stops and starts. Yeah. The one that you were on with me has been watched for over 15,000 minutes.
No, I get it.
Yeah, so it's I get somebody's it. Watching. Somebody's watching.
So, Ed, that's why you're here. Hashtag invest. Come on.
Correct. Come on.
I caught the subliminal messages in your nomination video of Dave and I. I heard it repeatedly. Subliminal message. Hashtag invest. Insert Revolution Podcast, the best investing channel there is. Hashtag invest.
I've often said that. Yeah.
No, what you state is it's the best podcast that's held on Tuesday that talks about stuff and things.
Yes. With a guy named Dave and Steve.
Oh, yeah. I forgot the extra qualifiers. I'm so sorry, Carlos.
Could you imagine if there was another one with a guy that isn't named Dave and Steve? Well, that one's better, but still, if it's with a guy named Dave and Steve, then you guys got this. That's why you need all the qualifiers I can give you.
Is there any children present? Fuck you, Carlos. So now, Amit, if you happen to watch this on replay, now you can call me the foul-mouthed guy because I've said it twice. Only once on live. We were on prior to, before I said it the first time.
Where's Amit been? Busy with work or what? Because I know it's been about, close to a month?
Well,
Since he's been
he's a project manager with what he does, but the problem is I think he takes on a bunch of other people's stuff because he's like, well, don't worry, I'll fix it. And I'm like, no, I mean, that's literally the opposite of what you do. That like, I don't volunteer to do other people's work. I barely volunteer to do my work. If I can get other people to do my work, then I'm getting those suckers to do it. I mean, loyal employees. That's what I meant. Team players is what I meant.
People who do their job.
No, I want them to do my job. That's the point.
Oh, okay.
I'd also like them to do their job. That'd be a good starting point. I'm willing to accept them doing their job, but in lieu of that, if they want to do some of mine, that'd be great. Unfortunately, I don't get it too many takers.
So I have to ask if you ever get the nice studio and everything else. What's your hourly rate that you're going to pay to come work for you, Carlos?
The hourly rate that I'm going to pay to come work for me?
No.
What are they doing?
No. You misunderstood the question. Since you're talking about all this money that you're going to make somehow on your Palfies and your Greg Jeffreys and all of those.
The Palfy thing, we're talking about super yacht money. That's a different conversation.
Yeah. So we're talking mega bucks, and you get that that really high price studio and all those. And you had mentioned earlier that you need somebody to sort your cards. What's the hourly rate for said job?
For the sorting of the cards?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, I think it depends on the applicants. I think, I think I could pay like a fair, like solid living wage. But then if it's like somebody that annoys me, then I would buy like a 50 million card collection. I basically would buy Burbank scorecards and have it completely mixed up and then pay the minimum wage to sort it. It depends on how much I like or dislike it.
Ouch. Wow.
I would pay somebody $100,000 a year to mix it up and then pay the minimum wage guy minimum wage to resort it back.
Wow. You're quite demented there, sir.
This is what happens when you get mega yacht money, Steve.
That's true.
You can literally fuck with people as your additional hobby.
Very true.
It's not even necessary. The $1 Million Man is a prototype of the future that I would like to have.
That's fair. Then again, I should have expected that kind of response from you.
We all have to have something to aspire to, Steve. We all have to have something to aspire to.
That is true. Goals.
Hashtag goals. That's correct.
Yep.
I would like Pompey to be your Virgil.
It's not a bad gig. It's just don't be like real Virgil because that dude's creepy. And a little bit sad.
That's going to be about 50-50 on that.
Well, that's on your time. You want to wander around conventions and beg people to hang out with you and then try to charge them money for it? Be your guest. Just a little bit sad is what I'm trying to say. Just a little bit sad.
Never. He's amazing.
Are you shitting me, Ed? Sorry, Clint, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but are you freaking serious? $40 million in Mike Trout cards sold last year alone. That is pure insanity. Wow. There won't be, at the rate things are going, and it's kind of interesting you say this. Vinny and I were talking the other day, and this is just something that I kind of always had in the back of my mind in the slow introduction of these high-priced boxes and things along those lines. You had your exquisite, and then now you have flawless and these ridiculous hobby box prices. And they continuously play with the configuration, which then, of course, jacks up the price. That eventually hobby boxes for us normal folks will be a thing of the past because they're going to be positioned more for the breakers. I think that's ultimately what it's going to. Mm-hmm. And if what Eric mentioned, $1,200 a box for the new Donruss.
That's what it is, yeah.
That Donruss was your mid-tier box, $80 to $100 forever. But if that's what's going to start transpiring, it's going to be specifically for the breakers. End of conversation. So hobby for us normal people, it's a thing of the past, which means something will have to change from the retail perspective. But these manufacturers are making money hand over fist, which it's a business. They need to make profit. I get it. But, damn, $1,200 for a box of Donners? That's just ridiculous. That's nuts.
The thing is, though, that, and we've talked about it before, is that some of these collectors are kind of doing this to themselves, because then they go and buy slots into the breakers because they can't help themselves. They need to break product, even if they're not actually the ones breaking product. So normally, and this is the most interesting thing, and this is why I kind of push back and I have some fun with some folks that talk about this stuff. They talk about, in every other aspect, some of the folks that are like, well, this is great, this is, values are going up, whatever, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm sitting there like, this is like the only area where you, on the one hand, are trying to argue for capitalism, but on the other hand, you're not trying to argue with capitalism, because it'll be the same person who says, well, you shouldn't say anything negative because it might hurt the hobby. And I'm like, but wait, that's the normal cycle. There's a boom and bust. There's an up and down. If the prices go up so high that nobody buys and people don't buy into breakers, the breakers are sitting on product. They have to get rid of it. They have to lower the price. They have to lower the price. They stop buying the product. The product doesn't sell anymore. The price has to come down. But if you never have that moment, then the price should keep going up until such time that it cycles back the other way down. So that means we haven't hit it yet. But the people that are buying into the breaks, you're perpetuating it longer. You're sustaining it. So I can't feel sorry for you. It's your fault. Because as long as someone's buying it and someone's paying for it, the manufacturers are, look, we're still selling it. If you guys would stop buying it, we'd have to adjust. But until we adjust, why would we? We're not going to leave money on the table. And I don't blame the manufacturers for that.
No, I don't either. Like I said, it's a business. I mean, let's be realistic. And, the more profit they turn, the better the bottom line looks at the end of the day. Something that still interests me, though, because, Dave, we talked about this before, back in the early days and the cheap mixer breaks and everything else and all that kind of stuff, $20, $25, $27, 7-8 box mixer type thing. Multitude of people did those. Then you had, of course, you had your case breakers and stuff along those lines. And, let's be realistic. They made money, as they should. I mean, they are providing a service. They should make a little something. But in those days, everything was random. There was no such thing as a serial number break or pick your team to where the cheapest team is, $50 and the most expensive is $1,000. When you look at those price variances in some of those pick your teams, I don't know if anybody's bothered to look at it, but I'm willing to bet you some of those situations, those breakers are making 2 and 3 times the amount that they paid for that case, I bet, because of the whole pick your team.
Yeah, it could be.
Now, it's an assumption. I haven't done the math. But at the same time, I don't have access to distribution prices either, so it would be all speculation.
Well, the other thing, though, is if you're a breaker, so let's take it like in sequences. We already established that we can't really blame the manufacturers for making money because that's literally what they exist to do. So yes, that makes sense. The distributors are the distributors. People like to harp on them, but they're at the mercy of the manufacturer. If the manufacturer doesn't provide product and allocation, they've got what they've got. If I've got one box left and I got 5 of you who want the box, I've only got one box. So after I sold the box, I don't have the box anymore. So I have to I'll adjust my price accordingly, and or maybe I'll give it preferential treatment to the one who spends millions of dollars as opposed to the one who spent $10,000 last month. Right. So I have to adjust accordingly. Then when it comes to the breakers, even if they make 2 or 3 or 5 times as much, they're like, "Oh, why are you making so much on it?" Because that's it for the allocation. Right. After that, I can't get any more. So it's the same problem as the distributor. It's like, well, I have to make the maximum amount because I don't have any more boxes. That's it. So it's like once this box is gone and broken, There's no more product until the next thing comes along.
Yeah. Well, and it's supply and demand at its finest.
Correct.
Let's be real, and that's what, even on the retail side, I mean, that's what everybody's experiencing. Supply and demand at its finest, and it's unfortunate for for those individuals that consistently look to retail as a alternative to hobby, because even from a few years ago, hobby was slowly on the uptick in a lot of situations, and the fact that because of this mad boom, you take that out of the hands though too, and it's the perfect storm in a negative way for a lot of us, but on the flip side, there is still positivity, and that's, I always try and look for a positive in every negative, but at the same time, it's still tough, and it's still tough for a lot of collectors because whether it's turning them off from the hobby or things along those lines. I hate to see people leave the hobby because basically it's because they're priced out of it. I mean, that's tough. Mm-hmm. That's tough for me to see.
No, for sure. I think the great irony of it is what I said earlier, is that it's a shame that some of them don't. If some of them could look a little bit into the future and look a little bit ahead, if a bunch of them didn't leave the hobby permanently but like took an extended break and enough of them took them up on it, that would adjust your demand problem. Because the problem is that at some point, it doesn't matter how many hashtag investors there are, at some point they have to sell to a collector. Somebody on the other end, somebody at the end of this chain has to be somebody who actually wants the card.
Yep.
For the sake of having the card. And if they don't exist, you run into a problem where somebody's holding it. And then what are you going to do? Like that's a problem. But because a lot of people want into the new product, they want into this, that, and the other thing, you have to be in the new product. Well, it's like, guys, well, this is like you complaining that, your liver's about to die, but then you drink a case a day. Like you're doing this to yourself. What do you want? And then chasing it with a bottle of whiskey. Like, I don't understand what you would like me to tell you. Stop.
Nope, and that's valid. But on the flip side, there is advantage to all the breakers. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for the breakers, a lot of the cards that us player collectors, team collectors, whatever, a lot of them wouldn't surface.
Yep. And that's the double-edged sword that a lot of us play into. Now, the thing is, if you're buying the singles for a lot of this stuff, that's why I say, like, it's not across the hobby. Some of my prices have gone up on some of my stuff, but on the whole, it's like, it is what it was. 95% of the stuff I buy is about the same price it would have been a year ago, give or take.
Yep.
Give or take a couple of percentage points, but it's not like crazy. It hasn't doubled in price. The really rare stuff certainly has dried up, and that's gone up in price, but most of the regular TV common stuff, not that bad.
Who's this guy? What's going on, Will?
What's up?
So Will goes way back. There it is. And I hate that for all of us because that was like the common thing. That's what built the friendships. Mm-hmm. And when people have, for whatever reason, I mean, let's be realistic. Some of us are married, some of us have kids, life in general, work, whatever. I get it. Sometimes we have to step aside. I've done it. But, at the same time, if it's from the negativity aspect of what's going on and stuff along those lines, that's the part that's more difficult for me. Losing a collector in the hobby because of what's going on or, a negative experience or a negative interaction, whatever it may be, those are the ones that really stick with me and always, kind of hit me hard. If it's for personal reasons, like as in, whether it be truthful or not, and this has nothing to do with anybody here, for instance, but, your car broke down, you need to replace the engine and you need $5,000 and you have to sell part of your collection. Let's be real. Those situations happen. You need to have surgery and you have to come up with $10,000. Your mom needs a liver transplant and You know, it's on the black market allegedly, and you have to come up with $100,000.
I appreciate the allegedly. It's critical. Very important.
But you know, it's just those are the ones that are also tough.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, because personal hardship is never a fun thing to go through, especially from a financial perspective. Even before, let's say 2020, I know you were still picking up stuff from time to time. But, you know, and I know there for a while you diverted from, you know, cards to comics. You know, you were doing Magic the Gathering there for a while too. So it's just weird these days. And it's tough. It really is tough, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
But it is good to see Will.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, Will, I need to reach out and catch up. I'm pretty sure I still have your number. Didn't mean to take this down a negative path, but
No
sorry.
worries. No
So,
worries.
Carl, go ahead.
Since we got a minute since the auction ended, I have the update on the Mary Lemieux rookie. So it actually didn't move from the time I was looking at it. It ended up at $80,100. It actually stayed for the last 2 days at $80,100.
Really?
It's a market correction, Dave. The end is nigh. Sell everything. It didn't go up.
That's surprising.
It did. It is actually. I was expecting some late action on it. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the last bid was made on the 24th, and it pretty much just held firm at that. 80,100.
Is that still a new high? A record high?
It probably is, but I'm actually really. But usually you see that late action. That's why I was kind of surprised I didn't see any late movement there. But it's like nope, it just kind of hung in there. Okay, still a lot of money, no question.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And it probably is a record. I'm pretty confident. I'd be shocked if anything went above that lately. But I was shocked that I didn't see that late action on it because usually you will see something happen. But no, looked like it stayed pretty steady towards the last couple of days. It moved a little bit, but it wasn't that crazy.
See, Will, that bothers me to hear that. Yeah, we're gonna have to catch up, man. I'm hoping everything is good though, health wise and stuff along those lines. Kids are good, you know. Wife is good, you know, that type of stuff.
And yeah, Steve, when he brings up negativity on this,
What, Clint?
No, I gotta go in a second, but I just gotta ask one thing.
Okay.
Should I return my shirtless Dave Hall of Fame 2021 T-shirt, or should I still rock that?
Return that
Because I was
shit.
gonna get
Return it
for
so
my
fast.
video,
Or send it to the third world. It'll be like those
I mean,
World
you
Series
could-
champions that never win.
But
Do that.
I mean, I feel like it should be the right shirt to wear.
Here's the one condition though. You need to get it autographed. You got to get an
I think
autograph.
that can happen. Okay, well that's up.
Will
to
that
Dave,
enhance the
really.
value of the shirt or decrease the value of the shirt? What about the kids in Cambodia? How do they feel about this? This was their chance to get a shirt.
I think it would increase the value. I'm just gonna say because Dave is a Hall of Famer.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh
Alright,
shit!
well, I gotta go, guys, but I'll see you later.
All right, Clint. Thanks for jumping in, hanging out.
Take it easy.
Thanks, guys.
That dude, Will, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yuck. Is she doing better at least? At least tell me that she's doing. I'm pretty sure I still got your number, Will. Let me check. Yeah, we'll definitely have to catch up. Sorry, as I do a search real quick, I'm pretty sure I still have him on here.
No worries. No worries. Not quite world record price, Dave, but I'm wondering if I should be selling my PSA 9 Upper Deck Pujols for 110. I got an offer on it. I had an extra sitting around, so it went up on eBay. It's not quite record price. It's not quite mega yacht money.
no, I would hold on that.
I could, but it's one of those things where I have a bunch of extra ones, and the thing is, this one I got it for like $25. Just one of those things. Like, I'll think about it. I wanted to put it up and see what offers I got on it. It's actually about around what they're going for right now. It's pretty good. If it was the 10, it'd be a different discussion. But for the 9, it's not bad. For the 9, 110 is not bad. Not insulting.
No, you're good, Will.
Don't worry
No
about
worries. But yeah, I do have you saved in my phone, so I'll reach out to you tomorrow. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. I did notice that you subbed to the new channel, so feel free to pop in, hang out. We'll even have you on one night if you want to come join the conversation, depending on what it is. Even though we don't ever usually end up on the conversation, we did tonight somewhat. But it's good to see you, man. Will's part of the OG crew.
That's the sense I got. Yep.
We brought a few of them out, Dave. So we have accomplished something.
Well, they were all hoping deep down inside that Dave would finally get off the goddamn fence and tell us what he thought about the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I still don't know. I can't read between these lines anymore. Dave, stop speaking in riddles and speak clearly your mind.
I'm pretty sure he did that earlier. Were you here, Carlos? Did you?
I'll need the transcript,
Missed that?
Steve. I'll need the transcript. Dave was being unnecessarily obtuse and vague. I wasn't quite getting it. Being a little vague.
If that's vague, then I'd like to know what specific is.
Specific is Lake Superior is facing Lake Superior. That's what specific is. It's also explicit, but also specific.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, different conversation entirely.
Not Pacific?
And in the title of the video, you can clearly see what it's going to be about. Clearly.
Yeah, there's no cliffhanger required.
You don't even have to watch the video. You can just see the title. That's enough.
Ay, ay, ay. It was good to see Clint on here. First time on here. Carlos is becoming a regular. I don't know why.
I don't know what to say.
Dave, we're gonna have to talk. Just kidding. We need to get Ed on again.
Good time as any.
Do what?
Right now seems about as good time as any.
What, to chat? No, in private. We need to get Ed on again.
We need to get somebody off a bowling schedule that's on Tuesday nights. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, well, have you, speaking of which, I hadn't even freaking reached out to him. I need to check on him. Have you talked to him lately?
He called last night. I was on the phone with Trista, so I didn't answer. And probably tomorrow night I'll try to call him. Because I know we haven't talked, and we message probably 2 or 3 times a week. But calling it hasn't been.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's
in last summer, but I know at some point beyond that we talked, but not because I think you and I talked, Joey and I, and then Michael and I, all in the span of like 2 weeks, and it was like probably 20 hours of chatter on the phone.
Yeah, because if you do reach out to him and talk to him real time, we need to at least get an idea of when episode 52 comes up, since that's kind of,
Important for him.
I mean, it's a moonshot to a certain degree, depending on where that falls, because 26 will be the second week in February, so 6 months give or take from that. You're looking at August, give or take. September.
There's no such thing as defense, Ed. Doesn't exist. Yeah. We're all about to convert a touchdown around here.
There's been a lot of those 7-8 goal games already. I know what Bennington gave up 7 right away. And
there's still time. They just started the third period in that game. There's still time.
So why all of a sudden is that a thing these days?
I think it's just because it's early in the season. This format is a little weird. These divisions are weird. Some of the players might not be completely ready for primetime out of the box
Yeah.
because there's really no preseason games.
Right.
So effectively, you're getting like almost basically you had scrimmages, and now they're running to be like, okay, we're playing regular season games.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Good luck. So it's basically just the goaltender's like, what am I supposed to do? Stop the puck. What? I suspect there's a fair bit of that. Like, in all honesty, there probably is a fair bit of that. And it's having an impact. Now, the good thing is if you like scoring, that's actually kind of fun.
Well, it adds an extra layer of, you know, watchability when you're seeing some of those scores. That means that the games are definitely interesting.
And there are plenty of games that are using that right now have kind of traditional scores. Like Buffalo, New York was 3-2. Boston, Pittsburgh 3-2. Like it's not every single game that's going absolutely crazy. But then there's a handful where they'll have like that game he's talking about against San Jose is 7-2. So there's a couple of games that are just like, okay, this is going to be a wacky one. Go for it.
Well, didn't Dallas win their opener like
7-0.
8? Yeah, I was curious. I didn't know if it was 7 or 8. I know they shut them out, but I couldn't remember if it was 7 or 8. But I know it was up there.
Yeah, which is like I said, fun. It's kind of fun. It was kind of interesting though. That's why I was looking. I was like, all right, Ben, could you get on the score sheet with 7 goals? Could you an assist, secondary assist, something? That'd be good, buddy. You're still the captain. Could you contribute to this thing?
So I'm guessing he didn't.
With 7 goals, though, I would have been like, mathematically, you totally had to be. Nope, he wasn't on the score sheet at all. Huh.
Any hat trick?
I think Pavelski had 2 goals in that one.
Oh,
Okay.
he's
Yeah, Pavelski's playing well early. For the first couple of games, Pavelski's playing well.
on fire.
Yeah.
I was just curious because typically when you start seeing scores that high, you always think that maybe somebody got a hat trick.
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, Dallas is 3-0.
That is right. Just checking the score sheet right now on this one just to see. Pavelski gets another point. Very nice. Let's see who are the scorers. Klingberg and Dickinson. Okay. Interesting.
Hey, but they're 3-0.
They are indeed.
That's something to at least be positive about. It's a good way to start off the season. I know it's still early, but is there any indication or is there any reports of when Bishop may or may not come back?
I think based on the nature of the injury, it's going to be a bit. It's definitely going to be a little while.
Was that meniscus?
Yeah. So, for goaltender, that's a pretty serious injury. David
Yeah.
was a scratch. Interesting.
Oh, Carlos is going to start doing some digging.
I got to find out what's going on with this guy here. A lower body injury in the opener. Okay, well, at least that makes sense. At least there's a little bit of a nagging injury. Fine. All right. I forgive you for now. For now. What's that? Couldn't hear you,
I
Dave.
think Bishop was late March, early April.
That sounds about right. I think that's right. It's a serious injury. It's not like he's not going to rebound from that one right away. It's not going to be.
No, and I understand that. I mean, what's his face has done fairly well. I mean, he's the one who took him to the finals, and then couldn't
Khudobin.
figure out how.
Good old
Yep.
Khudobin.
Then couldn't figure out how to stop a damn puck.
Well, in 2 of the games he's given up. So in this game he only gave up a goal, and he had the shutout in the first game. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, but it's not the finals. It doesn't help.
I don't think anything was going to help in the finals. They actually had to score in order to do something in the finals.
That is true. They definitely struggled with that. That is for sure, except for the first game.
My problem with the finals was basically that they brought Stamkos on the ice for literally 1 game, and he scores, and I'm like, Stamkos is like dead. It's like they rose him to Lazarus Pit for 1 game. He was only able to play the 1 game because he was injured before, and then he went back to being injured. They let him play like 1 game, and then he had a couple of shifts, scored a goal, gave him like an emotional boost, and then went back to his Lazarus Pit for the rest of the series. Like, I'm like, you let the dead guy score? For God's sake. It's terrible. And you're struggling with the people that are supposed to be alive still. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, what, like the core injury or like something.
Yeah. Like he actually was super banged up. He probably shouldn't have played a game or a shift in series. The fact he didn't actually score probably is like, okay, we're gonna totally win this.
Yeah.
Tampa's like, if we can literally bring him in for a shift and he scores a goal, like we're winning this.
Yeah, you had Braden Point pushing him around on a gurney and he scores. It's like, okay, well, that's not a good omen for the old Stars.
No.
It was still a good run last year. Don't think they're going to repeat and go as far, but and again, that's just my opinion. Carlos could disagree.
No, there's no chance. There's like a 0% chance that they're going back to the finals. Yeah, it's one of those things we have to enjoy it when it happens because last year was so random. Like it was so random the way all that broke out. I wouldn't really consider them a legitimate contender to get back there. But it's one of those things like it's a shame because you really do want to see your teams capitalize on opportunities because they're so fleeting. It's so difficult. That's why I was I mentioned to Dave, I legitimately was thinking about it, and Meat was messaging me, and I said to him, after the Sunday game, even though the games had been on, I was thinking about going live just to complain about the Packers game for a while. It's like literally this is just me complaining about the Packers game to get it out of my system.
Yeah, that was rough.
It was, and it's a shame because that's the second straight NFC Championship. This one was much more competitive than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And they honestly probably should have won. 3 interceptions is quite a lot.
Yeah, that's the when you don't capitalize on the turnovers that because under normal circumstances you have 3 turnovers, you're usually going to lose.
Yeah, and they almost had the fourth interception, except the guy dropped it.
Yeah,
There was another one that's basically a jump ball that he had the opportunity to go get, and there was nobody there. If he gets it, it's another one. They couldn't score off any of those, so it's one of those things where I can't be angry. The 2014 NFC Championship that made me angry because that one they were up by 12 with 5 minutes left, and they were up by 12 with 2 minutes left, and they still went to overtime and lost in overtime. That one made me bang my head against my coffee table. After that,
those
this is
things.
relatively minor. After that, this is relatively minor.
So the question becomes, all the stuff, anytime teams get eliminated, all of a sudden here comes all the rigmarole and speculation. So with that, you have Deshaun Watson, who wants out.
Yep.
Stafford they've mutually agreed to part ways.
Yep.
And now you've got trade talks swirling in the atmosphere as it pertains to Rodgers.
Yep.
So I'm just going to put it out there, and for anybody who else wants to chime into the chat, I don't care who starts this. Of those 3, which one do you think still, or 2? Which ones do you think end up staying put? Because we know Stafford is gone. I mean, that's a given.
Yeah.
But out of those 3, what do you think happens with each one?
The Watson, I think Rodgers probably stays just because it would be difficult to move him. And coming off an MVP season, like imagine the King's ransom you could ask for. If I was the Packers, I would seriously entertain it. You drafted a quarterback as opposed to drafting one of the other areas of opportunity. You went to 2 straight NFC championships, and you were deficient in things when you got trounced by San Francisco, who was a non-playoff team this year. You had their issues, but like San Francisco had certain weaknesses that you couldn't exploit, and they instead ran right on top of you. It wasn't like Jimmy G threw you out of the building. That wasn't what happened. This one, Tom Brady now gets to bask in the warm glow of the vapor trail of goatness en route to another Super Bowl appearance, 10th. And I'm sitting there like, you actually have played increasingly like shit every single round, and I actually think I'm less impressed as we go along. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not completely convinced that if he hadn't dropped dead in the first quarter, that Tampa Bay couldn't have still found a way to win. I don't think Brady was a help. They probably should have been able to win more easily. It's just that he kept trying to throw interceptions. And 2 of the touchdowns were like on completely blown coverages. One of them was a weird jump ball, and the other one was that you let the guy run by you and be wide open with 8 seconds left in the half. So I'm sitting there. Those are 2 of your 3 touchdowns. I'm sitting there, and you converted 2 drives inside the red zone, one with 3 tries where you kept throwing it to Devontae Adams, and another one in the red zone, and you converted those 2 opportunities into 6 points.
Yep.
Well, there's 8 points on the board. The difference was 5. You gave up the cheap touchdown before the half, so instead of being 14-10, it was 21-10. You went down by 18, and you still had a shot.
Yep.
If you had capitalized on 1 turnover. So I'm sitting there like, it's almost worse. Like, you actually probably should have won. Question mark. Like, I don't actually understand. So I watched it and I was perplexed. I was like, I don't know what I'm watching. You actually basically should win. And then at the very end, it's like, okay, we're going to kick the field goal and give them the ball back. Did you want the referees to put the fix in because you know now they will call a penalty?
Yep.
There is no way you will ever get the ball back. That is it. So I was like, okay, well, that was frustrating. So that's the 5th NFC Championship of his tenure. Most of them were Mike McCarthy specials, where like you're an idiot. A couple of them, they did get beaten soundly, but a couple of them, the 2014 one was Mike McCarthy coaching Tour de Force. How unprepared can you be? So guys, it used to be a joke in a lot of hockey games. It's like, well, we're up 3-0. That's the worst lead in hockey. You're doomed now. The other team's got you right where they want you. Well, it turns out with 5 minutes left in the game in a 4th quarter of an NFC Championship, where do you want to be? You want to be down by 12. Victory is assured. We come right where we want them. You want it to be down by 12? Trust me, we got this. And Russell Wilson played bad in that game too.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
So do you think Rodgers still stays?
I think he stays just out of necessity because I don't know if they have a way of actually moving him. I think Rodgers would be open to it, but like, what are you going to do? I don't know.
So then from that perspective, so because of what you'd have to give up, which is valid, and that's always, a concern as once you go into free agency.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think Watson ends up staying even though he's unhappy? Or where does he end up?
I think Watson stays unless he's actually willing to hold out. Like, he actually have to be like, I will withhold my services. I will not play for you. It's his only real weapon he has. It's like, okay, so you're embarrassing with me playing at an elite level. Now try doing it when I'm literally sitting on the sidelines mocking you. It's like, I refuse to play for you. And
you don't think Houston will trade him?
I think Houston will resist as long as they can, because trading him is basically a concession that you may as well fold the franchise. Like, there's nothing else you can do. J.J. Watt will ditch you if he gets the opportunity. John Watson will ditch you if he gets the opportunity. You traded away his best receiver. What do you have left?
That's valid.
Like, I don't even understand why you even bother. The Dallas Cowboys are, as pathetically bad as they are, they're still the premier team in Texas. You're not going to steal their thunder with the Mickey Mouse operation you're running.
Very true.
So it's a shame. And like, it feels like Stafford is the only one who has a real chance to move. If they were smart, they would try to get some assets for Watson, but it is conceding total defeat. It is like your franchise is kaput. Because who would want to play for you at that point? Like, all your star players want to leave you.
Yeah. And that's the unfortunate side of the whole business aspect of this. When you have your current star player outside of J.J. Watt, basically dogging the administration, so to speak, and it's like, this is horseshit, I want out. Figure it out. That doesn't work well to get any other superstar talent to come want to play for the organization, that's for sure.
That's the problem you run into, is that, okay, so let's say you get rid of him. Let's say you even get some picks, or you get some players. Let's say you get good players. Let's say you do the best deal you can. You get something decent in return. Now what? Who would sign with you in free agency? Who would trust you? Maybe on a 1-year deal if you got nowhere else to go. Like, who would sign with you? Yep. Somebody who needs a job, basically, really badly.
somebody who's, or if somebody offered them a humongous contract on a 1-year type deal, and you're just wanting money, that's one way you could get a star player.
Maybe the thing they should do, actually, it'll be really funny. This is not, I don't think it's in play whatsoever, but it'd be the funniest thing in the world for me. What if, Jerry Jones signs Dak and puts in the franchise tag and then trades him to the Texans? That would be hilarious. It's not in play in any way, shape, or form, but it would be hysterically funny. Just swap, quarterbacks that are tired of this idiocy.
Yeah, and the Saints are pretty much fucked.
They've got a cap situation too, so it's like they don't have a lot of options.
Well, Breeze is the writing's on the wall, guys. Breeze is retiring.
Yes,
they're at like $100 million over the cap.
That's what I mean. Like they don't. Breeze can retire if he wants. Like it's not going to make any difference. They're in a bad cap situation.
Yeah, it's not going to help them financially. That's not what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
but
sure.
It's.
Yeah.
And then you have Stafford. Where do you think Stafford ends up?
Indy.
It would make sense. It would make logical sense. Just trying to think who else could. There's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, though. Like there really are. Like if Stafford was smart, he could shop his services. There are a lot of teams that could really use even a decent quarterback right now with what components they've already got.
Well, with the upper management shifts in Denver, there's talks. It's all speculation of what potentially they would have to give up and things along those lines. But since I view a lot of Denver Broncos sports related stuff, I get a lot of that stuff in my Google newsfeed, of course. Mm-hmm. But there's arguments and speculations of with a new regime that Stafford could end up in Denver.
But you could have your third Hall of Fame quarterback.
My issue, and I know where you're going with this.
Statistically, he might be. As much as I'm joking, statistically, he might actually be.
And that's valid. I wouldn't. There's nothing against him to where he shouldn't be a possibility. He's not a sure win.
But can I throw this is a piece of trivia. Can you tell me what do you think is his amount of passing yards right now? He's about 31, 32 years old, give or take, right in that range.
Well, so he's got to be pushing close to the top 10 all time.
Right about there, yeah. He's got 45,000 passing yards.
Yeah, like I said,
he's the youngest to get to 45,000 passing yards.
Yeah.
And he's got 280 touchdowns thereabouts, somewhere in that neighborhood, almost 300 touchdowns. He'll get to 300 touchdowns next year with almost 50,000 passing yards this next season if he plays a full year.
So that's Hall of Fame caliber talks then.
Yeah, it's at least borderline. Like he's basically borderline next year.
So it's one of those in which those articles are always geared towards possibilities. Like I said, it's all speculation. Stafford probably would be the cheapest for Denver to potentially get as it pertains to giving up draft picks and things along those lines.
For sure.
Would I be disappointed? Absolutely not. I think Stafford is a good quarterback. He's just had offensive line issues, which is the root of all evils. When you're the quarterback, you gotta be upright and have time to throw the football. But they've made arguments for Deshaun Watson. They've made arguments for Aaron Rodgers, if in fact that becomes a thing. But, like you said, you'd have to give up the farm for Rodgers. And to a certain degree, I mean, from what they're speculating, what the ask out of Houston's going to be is like 2 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson.
That actually seems kind of low.
But that's the starting point. That doesn't include others.
Are they actually that stupid, Dave? Like, it's like, I don't even have a franchise. I'll give him 2 CFL first-round draft picks. Just take the guy. Just take him. Deshaun's like, I'll go play in Canada.
I mean, I get it. I get it. But, it's one of those draft picks more these days have such a higher weight to them these days because of the overall talent. It's one of those in which, it's hard to know what a franchise is willing to give up in regards to have like a franchise quarterback. For somebody like Deshaun Watson and the caliber of player that he is and will be, I mean, I get it.
I think your point's valid. I do agree with you. I do think it's interesting, though, how valued some of these first-round draft picks are, given that I know franchises that would draft a backup quarterback with a first-round draft pick. It's a strange move, but I've seen it done.
Last year.
Yeah. In lieu of talent that could facilitate a team that went to back-to-back conference championship games instead of getting help for that, we'll draft the backup quarterback who may also not start next year, may not start the year after. Dave might start first. And Jordan Love is what I'm trying to get at. There's still a chance. Maybe we could bring Jay Cutler out of retirement again. There's still a chance. Maybe he's hard up for cash.
You'd be better off bringing Brian Greasy back instead of Cutler.
That franchise has been I don't think they realize the Packers franchise. I don't think they realize how incredibly lucky they've gotten so much quarterback luck over the last 30 years, and they've somehow managed to squander it. They've gotten the magic beans and then still gotten the minimum out of it. Like everybody's sitting there like, there are franchises who are like, what deal with the devil did you make? And you still screwed it up. You have to ask for the Super Bowls too. You have to ask for the whole package.
Yeah, the whole Jalen Hurts thing, though, that's all a little bit complicated.
It is.
Because he's still in his rookie contract. They're basically paying him pennies. And you're right. They're going to want – they're probably going to want a first-round pick.
And they should, honestly. Like, if you've got a decent quarterback, or at least a potential – you should want some picks because then you can try to rebuild your franchise. It's the Cowboys basically built their dynasty on the Herschel Walker trade. Mm-hmm. They're like, I will trade Herschel Walker for like every pick you have for the next 150 years. Sure. Great. I'll build a mini dynasty. Well, it worked out.
Yeah, and I don't know if Foles is going anywhere. Did they only sign him to a one-year deal in Chicago? I don't remember what the deals of that contract was.
I think it was more than one. I think Watson's going to Miami.
Even with them drafting Tua?
He'll be in the trade going back.
You think so?
I just think Miami, again, Brad is still floating around in here. Their GM has been shrewd enough with a lot of these deals to trade away Tunsil and get the Houston pick, and I think they got another Houston pick last year, the first rounders, and just leverage a lot of capital, like a lot of draft capital and a lot of like the players.
Brad responded.
Well, again, we'll see, Brad. We'll have a nice long discussion. I still think if there can be finagling done that you trade, and I'll trade my pick at whatever 2018, 2016, whatever it is, 24, and Tua, probably a third, and then maybe a first. I don't know if I do 3 firsts. Maybe a second next year for Deshaun, and like a fifth or fourth or fifth, just to recoup some of that. Is that a feasible deal? I don't know if it plays out on that stupid Bill Walsh, whoever it was, had the the draft trading value points system. But again, if I know that Deshaun's out there and I'm in Miami and I'm like, okay, Buffalo probably for the next couple of years is going to be adequate. New England, who knows what they're going to do? They may try to make a play for Watson.
Not with Josh Allen.
No, New England.
Oh, yeah, that's a You said Buffalo.
But Miami competing with Buffalo for the next few years.
Oh,
New
gotcha.
England has to do something. Miami, do they really believe in Tua? Or do they go and say, if we can get Stafford, if we can get somehow finagle Rodgers, because he likes that South Beach lifestyle. He likes to be in the limelight. He likes to be the guy. You go from Green Bay, where, and you're loved, but you go down to South Beach. I don't know.
Well, and that's
should he do the press conference that says I'm taking my talents to South Beach because I would become a bigger Rodgers fan if he went for it. No, because he's smart enough to know exactly what he's doing. He goes, I'm taking my talents to South Beach. Yes, Aaron, do it.
Brad.
You will get so much hobby love you don't even know.
Well, and what's interesting though is if you think about it, it seems more in these more recent years, these blockbuster Hall of Fame quarterbacks changing teams.
Mm-hmm.
You go back years ago, yes, it happened, but it seems as though because of the amount of money that we're talking about as it pertains to some of these contracts, it seems like it's becoming more a norm.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you had, Peyton was one of the first.
Was
you
Peyton
go back
before, or was Peyton before Favre?
That's what I was saying. Okay. Before you had Favre, then you had Peyton with the big jump. Mm-hmm. Then you have Brady. And now you have, and I'm not putting Deshaun Watson, I'm not putting Stafford on that caliber, but then you have the speculation of Rodgers. Mm-hmm. Is this going to be another year in which you're going to have somebody who's been the franchise quarterback, Hall of Fame bound, first ballot Hall of Fame bound, take their talents elsewhere? Is this going to start being a trend? You have Breeze, but Breeze, is going to retire as a Saint.
Yeah.
Rivers already announced his retirement. He tried to go out with, that one little bit of quarter of a tank in the, left in the gas tank, so to speak, and that didn't really fully work out.
Well, back in the day, you had Joe Montana took a crack with Kansas City.
But that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
There seem to be more. They're starting to become more of a norm, it seems.
I think it's just because of the longevity of some of these quarterbacks. These quarterbacks are a bit of an anomaly. Like, I don't think Roethlisberger is going anywhere, but that's because he's broken down. Mm-hmm. So it becomes less of a lot of these guys are almost getting. Rodgers right now is in a weird anomaly situation where, like, Green Bay was basically saying the writing was in the wall by drafting a quarterback, basically saying, okay, let's prepare for the future. And then he comes back and then has an MVP caliber season. Right now, what's going to make the rounds now that he's going to the Super Bowl is like, well, Brady's showing Belichick. Says, no, he's not. If Bill Belichick had had his way, he'd still have Garoppolo. Garoppolo would have been his system QB, and Brady would have been out 3 or 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. That's what he actually wanted. He didn't want to be doing it this past year and then try to make it go with chewed bubble gum, some duct tape and Cam Newton. That wasn't his actual plan. It just kind of came together at the last moment and go, I'll throw this together. It was just weird. So I don't know. It's otherwise Brady would have been gone a couple of years ago, and we would have been able to better see what happens with it because Brady kind of landed in the perfect spot for him. It's like, how much more offensive talent can we surround you with? So if you've got anything left in the tank and you can make a couple of throws, guess what? We already know the blueprint has been done. Yep. Peyton won the Super Bowl with the Broncos, but that was after Peyton was broken. But when he first got to the Broncos, 50 touchdowns. So Peyton had offensive talent, and he still had the ability to make a couple of throws, plus his knowledge. Combine those 3 things into one, 50 touchdowns. He was an offensive juggernaut for a year.
And they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And got their ass kicked.
But that happens sometimes. But it
does.
But at least on offense for that year, it worked really well. And here's the thing: it's not outside. I don't know what's going to happen. It's not outside the realm of possibility that Tampa could roll in to Tampa in the first ever Super Bowl where the team plays at home. And if Kansas City comes out motivated, they could put up a ton of points on them and blow them out of the building.
Yep.
They have the offensive firepower to do that. And then what?
Well, I have to admit, I'm as much as I dislike Kansas City because they're division rivals, I am rooting for Kansas City.
I think it would be better for football if the young guy just snatches it. Just like snatches it and just takes. But I don't mean like a nail biter. I don't mean a last second. I mean like just puts the boots to him. And just be like, get out.
No, agreed.
On your way out. Bit.
Yeah.
Well, and the whole, what was the question being asked during the trophy presentation going into the Super Bowl? If he wins, that what makes him 2-2 against Brady?
Yes, I think that's about right. But I think for the next generation of football, it would be good if you did the passing of the torch that way and just be like, all right, let's play it out. Here's in the Super Bowl, winner take all, and then he rolls, forward.
No, trust me, Ed. That was a very disappointing game. I don't think I've ever cussed that much at the TV before in my life, but it is what it is. That I don't think that they showed up to play that game at all. I think they were still at the hotel for whatever reason. But it is what it is, and I'm still a firm believer in defense wins championships, and that was evident in that one, and it was evident when Denver won.
Yeah, I think it takes a little sting out of it that they did win not long later. So.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm not complaining by any stretch of the imagination. It's just it sucks when you're all excited and they were an offensive juggernaut, and you knew going into the game that Seattle had the number one defense. And, it's been proven time and time again. Defense wins championships. It's evident. It's proven. But, Denver didn't show up to play that game on either side of the football for that matter, to be brutally honest. And I will agree with your assessment, Ed. That's what I'm hoping for, and I hope that's what Kansas City does to Tampa Bay. Plain and simple. Because they've got the talent. And their defense is good enough to put Brady on his ass.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the downside to Green Bay. They got no pressure on him.
No. And what's weird is that they still, like I said, they had those turnovers despite not having. And imagine if they had pressure.
Exactly.
They got 3 interceptions with no pressure, and almost 4 with no pressure. And I'm just sitting there like.
Yeah, that was tough to watch because, I mean, I was rooting for the underdog, of course, in the Kansas City game. I was rooting for Buffalo.
Sure.
I knew it was going to be tough, an upward battle just because of the offensive weapons. Early on, I was like, man, I don't know. Go up 9-0. Quick. But, and I was rooting for Green Bay just because I'm sick of Tom Brady. I'm going to say it. I'm sick of it.
Now, with all that said, in the same thing that I did with the Packer game, I looked at the line, I looked at the odds, and I was like, all right, either Tom Brady is going to get his ass kicked or he's going to make me some money and compensate me for my pain.
And he did that.
And I got paid. Yeah, I got paid. So in the Super Bowl, I have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I'm like, all right, let's see. It's like Patrick Mahomes. This is your opportunity. Take the money out of my pocket. Because the odds are because they are underdogs. So it's one of those things where it's like if you're getting better than 2-1, it's hard for me to go with the favorite.
Brad, I think I would fall asleep during that one.
I'm saving myself on that one. I'm probably not going to do a live stream during the Super Bowl. At the same time, I was like, I'm not watching that shit. I'd get irritated no matter what happens. Unless Kansas City put a stomping on them, like I would be really annoyed.
Well, I don't. I have no interest in this one, really. I don't. But I'm not going to sit there and watch the whole game. I'll kind of watch something else and kind of come back to it from time to time just to kind of see what's going on. This year, I don't even give a shit about the commercials. All the big dogs have pulled out, and some of them have the best creative commercials during Super Bowl, and they've already come out and said that they're not doing anything this year. So it'll be interesting to see what commercials come out of it. Not that I give a shit, but years prior, I watched it on purpose just to see what was up with the commercials.
I think it's pretty normal. I think a lot of folks. I think there's a lot of like casual viewers that will be like, okay, show me the commercials. Let's watch halftime and this stuff, this, that, and the other thing.
I mean, that's about the only time anybody gives two shits about watching the commercials is during the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Well, you'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how hard up they are for commercial ad space time this year. If a couple of the big guys pulled out, all of a sudden it's like, insert Revolution podcast. Dave, that's not what you're supposed to spend the Patreon money on. No.
Oh, Ed's won money, so he's getting ready to throw it on some prison bowling.
Well, Ed, there is something that I can add. This is not exactly breaking news, but it's still new. It may bring the dream of prison bowling closer. Panini is now the exclusive home of UFC. So now there will be Prism UFC. So as they keep stacking those licenses, we are moving ever closer to prison bowling. Prism PBA could be down in the horizon here. Dare we live the dream. Prism UFC, my friend. Prism UFC. Think about it.
I saw that and I was like, oh, how are they going to justify spending how much on flower? Is it going to be just loaded with Conor McGregor autos or?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if like Conor McGregor. Yeah, said the Panini did get UFC. Check out either Panini's website or Panini's website. Because I think they've got the press release on it, and I think the first product's going to be April, or thereabouts, something like that.
Yeah, Select I think was the first.
At least I like Select.
Yeah.
I do like Select. I think there'll be some neat cards out of it.
I think it's underappreciated.
Yeah, I think there's some good stuff. But unfortunately, it was underappreciated until Sports Card Investor now
yes,
says
I know.
a big deal about the case.
Yes, I know. Yes,
but
I know.
it was underappreciated at one point.
No, without a doubt.
There was time.
It was well designed.
Mm-hmm.
It had a nice aesthetic appeal to it. The parallels weren't overly excessive, which everything else has these days. But it was a nice product. It was a nice product, but all it takes is one person. #invest. And the influencers to get a hold of some of this stuff, and it happens. It's unfortunate, but that's the state of the market these days and the state of the hobby, and it's going to be a continuous thing until either institutional money decides to say, okay, we're done with this, and we've bought up our percentage of what we want, or the multimillionaires decide, yeah, this was fun while it lasted. Great. I'm getting a chance to relive my childhood. Now I'm done. Or some of these big time investors lose a shit ton.
It's always been the mechanism, though. If they actually lost money, then they'd go out, then that money would go out of the market, and then that would adjust accordingly.
Yep.
But that's the big reason why I push back. And you've seen it at this stage of the game. Now we have two disparate groups, and then some folks kind of hang in the middle, but most people are disparate in the sense that you know the people that complain about everything in the hobby. You kind of ignore those people because it's like, okay, if you complain about literally everything, it's like you're just trying to whine for the sake of whining.
Yeah. Why are you here?
Yeah, that's different. But then there's folks on the other side who won't accept any criticism. even a valid critique. And you can have a valid critique, a valid criticism, where it's like, no, I'm not trying to just take it down for the sake of taking it down. I'm actually trying to either help you do it better or be like, this doesn't make sense. Maybe you could do it better. That's valid. I think that's a critique. But they can't handle it because for some reason, psychologically, they're like, well, what if somebody hears you? It's a valid critique. So if somebody hears me, that'd be good.
Well, and as long as it's objective and you're providing solid arguments, what's wrong with that? Who cares if somebody hears you? Like you said, I mean, to a certain degree, that's the purpose of some of this.
Yeah.
And for people to listen.
Yeah. But I watch them. They get scared when somebody like does any kind of a critique on any aspect of it, like somehow a little bit of cold water just to slow the thing down will like shut it down to an absolute halt and make the train go off the tracks. And it's like, no. And this is one specific thing that I always hang my head on. If the hobby's so good and you're saying it's so attractive and people definitely want to be a part of it and all that, then you don't need to spend every waking moment of your day selling people on it. Mm-hmm. If it's attractive, people will come. If it's interesting, people will come. And it's the same thing as when you've got content as when you got anything else. If it's good, people will watch it.
Yep.
Even if they don't plan on it, after a while they'll be like, actually, this is really good. And they will watch it. And then more people will watch it. And it'll grow. It'll be organic. It'll happen. But if you have to convince everybody every 5 seconds, then is it any good? Are you sure it's good? Because you're spending a lot of time trying to convince me when I should just be able to see it. It should be clear to me when I'm watching.
And that's very valid, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So, Dave, we're coming on the magic number of 3 hours and 3.5 hours. Just throwing that out there as you know, as I'm watching the time.
I'll head back to the one, I wouldn't say the main topic, but
Your last minute pitch for the Hall of Fame?
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
But you could still make a last minute pitch for the WWE Hall of Fame. There's still time, Dave.
Yeah, certain people are in that. I mean,
Celebrity Wing. You can do it.
They'll have to see my Womb There It Is video and critique me and judge me off that. It's a possibility.
Still time. Just saying. I heard the criteria is about as flimsy.
I would just say it's... Yeah. If you sign your little, here's a $500 appearance fee, you can tell some stories about yourself. Oh, great. Who do you think wins the Royal Rumble?
So I got to ask, who's the champion right now?
Well, you got multiple champions, which kind of muddies the water a little bit.
But usually Royal Rumble is the entry to the main event for WrestleMania, which is for the WWE Championship, not the Universal.
Now it's whoever wins the Royal Rumble basically can pick.
Yeah.
Okay. So who are the champions right now then?
Reigns is the champion on SmackDown, and then Drew McIntyre is the champion. He's facing Goldberg for the championship on Sunday. Drew McIntyre's the Raw champion.
Okay. So Goldberg probably wins that for whatever reason, because that'll be the main event at WrestleMania. Any storylines surrounding Goldberg right now outside of Drew McIntyre?
I think
isn't the storyline that he's old and bored and just needs something to do? No, I feel like that should be the actual storyline. He goes, look, guys, I was just bored. I was at home. I needed something to do. And I figured cash grab, hashtag invest. I need some extra cash to invest in some select. I got a tip.
Besides that.
No, I think it's just Goldberg, McIntyre, and then he thinks he's still like. And again, I haven't watched. I can only surmise from the various clips and the articles I've glanced at because it's about Goldberg, and nobody fucking cares about Goldberg now. But I think it's just he thinks he can win the title one more time, and I pretty much have put him in the the victory category because he has about 2 moves left in his fucking arsenal. And those aren't even 2 good moves. The jackhammer, which he holds him up for about half a second, and then the spear.
So I got to ask this: is Orton in any match at Royal Rumble? Because I know they've got the whole Fiend Alexa Bliss thing kind of going on still.
I don't know. But again,
Because if Bray's not a champion and Orton's not a champion, it wouldn't be Orton winning the Rumble. That wouldn't make any sense because that would kind of mess with that storyline.
Well, unless somebody wins at the Elimination Chamber. And that's what kind of messed with the whole Rumble thing is that... Do they still have the Elimination Chamber, Dave? Yeah,
Yep.
so that's what messed with the whole Royal Rumble thing because the Royal Rumble thing used to be like, okay, so you want to build the storyline, you have someone win the Rumble, and then you build it up towards WrestleMania to face whomever, however you want to configure this. So maybe the other person wins it on their own, and then they collide at WrestleMania. There you go, you're done. But now you got the Elimination Chamber, so you can kind of cheat and like, okay, I'm just going to parachute this person in, done.
Yeah.
Like you can cheat your way into it if you really want to. Like I won the Elimination Chamber, so I guess I'm in the main event too.
Well, there's been a lot of, I don't want to say attention. Well, I was going to say media attention, but that's not a thing really. But there seems to be a little bit more attention surrounding Edge being, putting his name on the list. But I mean, who's all in it?
Well, right now, literally Edge, I think, is like the only person who's like announced his candidacy for it. So it's like filler, Jinder Mahal. Jinder Mahal's just by default. Dolph Ziggler has probably got nothing to do. He's in it.
Well, I was because usually there's a lot more stuff surrounding some of that.
Agreed. No, what I think what we're trying to get at here is that, admittedly, we're not observing as closely as we once did. Like we're all acknowledging that,
Yeah.
but I think what we're saying though is even though we're not paying close attention, I think the WWE is not paying attention. They like almost forgot it's happening because it used to be that used to give the lineup of the Rumble and be like you'd leave a couple of surprises. Well, the surprise is who's in the Rumble,
Right.
Every buzzer's a surprise. Who the hell is that?
So here is a question because I could see this potentially happening, because wrestlers go on hiatus, some actually because of legit reasons, health reasons, surgery, whatever. Others, they're just on hiatus because they're giving them a break for whatever reason. Braun Strowman, I know, has been out for a while, but is it possible that he could make his return at the Rumble?
Return, sure. And you could set up a number of storylines with him. But
then I could see, but on that same notion, I could see him being 29 or 30 because we all know that the freaking numbers are fixed. We're not stupid. It's not random.
Yes, Steve. I agree. Yes. Next thing you're going to tell me is that the outcomes are predetermined, sir. I can't handle that right now.
I've had conversations with people that have swore up and down that it's random. These people who come in at 1 or 2 and last and get eliminated. Dude, shut up.
I would pay extra if it was legitimately random. Look, Strowman can win the Rumble, but only if he comes in at number 1 and wrestles the whole time.
Right.
If you do that, you will earn this. You're gonna do Ric Flair circa 92. It's like, by like 45 minutes in, he's like on the ground dying.
But I could see him making his return. I could see him winning the Rumble, and somehow it being like Goldberg Strowman because of just the size comparison. Or shit, freaking where's Lesnar right now?
Barack? He hasn't been around a little bit. Now, okay, you know what? Actually, you just made me think of something related to the Lesnar thing. What would probably make more sense if you're going to use the Rumble as a vehicle to enhance your storyline, because I think they were considering doing a certain WrestleMania matchup with Reigns that they were trying to play around with, and I think it fell through. They had an idea. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember reading a little bit about it. What you could do, the more logical storyline, would be Lesnar winning the Rumble and then challenging Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. and then you've got like Paul Heyman kind of in the middle, being like, well, you're my client, and you're my client, and you're the champion, and right now you're the number one contender. And you're
Yeah.
facing off at WrestleMania, and it's like, okay, so who are you going to side with? Who are you going to help out? Who are you going to back up?
That's feasible. I mean, that's
At least that has a story to it. At least it has something.
If you want to leverage Rumble for what it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Or do you actually insert that storyline to a certain degree in Elimination Chamber somehow?
You could. But
and then make it a fatal four-way or, whatever. Because, they sometimes they do more zigging and when they should have zagged and vice versa consistently.
I think it should be 3 stages of hell, Dave.
Oh.
Just 3 stages of hell. Let's just. At this point, like these guys are killing me. You know what I would like, Dave? You know what I would actually like at WrestleMania? I would like the American Gladiator Eliminator to be for the WWE Championship. That is what I would like. I would like to see 2 of these people go through the American Gladiator Eliminator. That is what I would like.
It may be more entertaining. It may be more entertaining.
I would pay for that shit. You can charge me separately just for that one match. I want to see who finishes. That's all I want.
Just make sure that they're the new and improved gladiators. You don't want the old ones from back in the day.
The old ones are done. The old ones are done. Although there was the one guy, Mike O'Hearn, who's like a bodybuilder or whatever. He was Thor on the original Gladiators. Then he came back as Titan on the second Gladiators. And he's still around. Now, he's roided up off his face, but he still looks gigantic because of it. And I'm sitting there like, what is wrong with you? He can come back if he wants to. Like, whatever, man. Whatever. It's all good.
I was just trying to... Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
If Reigns were to enter, and again, I don't even know who he's fighting for the championship or he's defending his title against, I could see Reigns winning, beating Goldberg, and then having all the belts because they're pushing him in that direction right now. I could see that because Vince is so in love with him.
As a heel, though?
Yeah.
His work as a heel, though, is better. But my joke from
earlier... I've heard.
Yeah, my joke from earlier, though, is the problem is, like, if you go back and look at tapes of Roman Reigns back in NXT/FCW, whatever, he did like a rich, pretentious prick super well back then. Like, he had it in him all along if you wanted to do it. And, like, they wasted it for years. It's like the audience was with that. Just roll with it. He's actually quite good at it if you allow him to do it. And then eventually you could... And it's weird because they kept they tried to use The Rock to make people cheer him and all this. You know why The Rock worked? Because at a certain point, The Rock got frustrated with the fans, said, screw the fans, became The Rock, and then eventually the boos turned to cheers. Allow it to occur organically. It happens. Yep. Just
when
let it happen.
Feeling and chanting, die, Rocky, die, and Rocky sucks all the time. Well, what do you want that for your legacy, or do you want to change and mold the way you're going to go?
But let him act like a human being. If enough people, if you're supposed to be the good guy and people are shitting on you constantly, eventually you're going to be like, you know what? I'd like to say something back. That is human nature, and it's organic, and it feels like more natural as opposed to just smiling through it like an idiot. That always feels odd.
Yeah.
One other thing here, I noticed Ed put in the thing about The Miz. The problem is The Miz is dead. Like, as a character, like, he allowed it. There was a storyline because wrestling fans love to do they always love to do the fantasy booking. You know, take this superstar and like build your own concept with what you would do with them if you had the opportunity. A couple of years back, The Miz had a very simple, very straightforward, that would have made logical sense storyline that he could have just gone with because he had just had his kids.
Mm-hmm.
For me, all you got to do is be like, I've been out here. I've been here for years. I've been the Intercontinental Champion 8 times. I will be a Hall of Famer by the time it's all said and done because as a tenured person with championships and all that, he will be in the WWE Hall of Fame based on he's more than worthy compared to some of the people they put in there. So he's earned that right. So it will be his when he's done, whenever that is. But a very logical storyline would have been like, none of my kids saw me when I was champion, when I headlined WrestleMania. And I've been kind of here this whole time. And I peaked when I was like 26. And now I'm in my late 30s, and I don't have that many runs left in me to actually go and shoot for this. I've been around. I've been in Money in the Bank ladder matches. I've been in all these opportunities. I'm a one-time champion. I'm a one-hit wonder.
Mm.
I want to prove I can actually win one more time so that I'm not a one-hit wonder. That would be so straightforward. And it would make sense. And it would give him motivation as a character to be like, I'm hell-bent on trying to win just to prove that I can, and to be able to show the kids and go, hey, I did it. You could actually do that. And it's straightforward enough. There's enough reality built into it where it'd be like, yeah, he doesn't need to do anything anymore. He's got the money.
Yeah.
He's done TV shows. He's done all this other stuff, but it'd be like, in this profession where it's predetermined, but he's never been given that opportunity again. And he wasn't ready when he had it the first time.
Mm.
It was just timing. You were at the right place at the wrong time. Well, now he's much better at his craft, but he's never had the opportunity again. Just created this weird thing. And you've got these other guys who are like, not that great. How many times has Sheamus been a champion? Like 5 or 6 times?
Has it been that many?
Yeah, it really has. And I think Sheamus beat John Cena for one of those championships.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine, and then he spent a good chunk of his career as basically a jobber.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who's a multi-time world champion. He spent all this time as a jobber. So you've got these guys who once had credibility who don't have it anymore. Well, The Miz technically has no credibility. So you could build that into a storyline and go, I have no credibility. Nobody actually takes me seriously around here. That's your motivation. And then he would, of course, have to stop being goofy. He would have to be like, no, I'm hell-bent and determined on winning this by crook or by hook or by crook. And then put a little bit of an edge on it and be like, I'm going to win this because I want to prove I can one more time.
Speaking of Cena, is he pretty much retired?
He's a movie guy. He'll show up when he kind of feels like it.
And I was wondering if that's kind of what has transpired as of late.
Yeah. He's basically on a modified version of the Rock deal because it's like, well, Cena's got enough projects and things to keep him busy. He goes, if Vince has something for him that's interesting, he's enough of a loyal guy that he'll come back and maybe do something. But he's like, what is it interesting? Do you actually have something interesting for me to do? Or I can make an appearance, but if you want me to wrestle, give me something.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah. And he's earned that right. At this stage, he's earned that right. Why would he come back to do anything not interesting for him?
Yeah, he's making enough money elsewhere anyways, which makes sense.
Yep.
Which is why you only see The Rock at WrestleMania make his presence.
Yeah. And even at this stage, The Rock is actually too big for that because he hasn't done it the last couple of years because it's like, what would you possibly offer The Rock? What could you even offer to The Rock that would be remotely interesting when he's The Rock?
Unless he's doing it for the fans. So it really would become his choice, not what's in it for me type thing.
Sure. But I think most of his fans are like, no, man, if you want to do your movies, do them.
No, that's fucking funny, Ed.
Is that how Bob Lewis does it?
You missed it last night during his he was on with his dad opening.
Yeah. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, and he put on the vest with a patch. Yep.
See, I would have liked it if it was if he had done it on a fishing vest or something, like a fishing vest. It would have been like that. Would have I think that would have taken it up another notch.
Yeah, but it's like a light blue, ugly looking thing that.
So he got a blazer, is what he did.
No, he's got the old jean jacket basically with the sleeves ripped off.
Okay.
That, again, for Pennsylvania, West Virginia, that's a vest.
But if he had gone with a really ugly blazer, I would rescind my impeachment papers. If he had gone with a really ugly, intentionally hideous blazer and put the patch on it, I would rescind my impeachment papers.
Oh, but it is hideous, Carlos.
Well, it's Bob. It's Bob. What does he have that's hideous? Have you seen his channel? It's hideous. What? Yes. Correct. Yes. Uh-huh.
If he wore that, no shirt underneath, and then some cut off jeans, shorts, and then maybe a trucker hat backwards, where it's really backwards.
Okay.
that thing would work. You roll up at a national or something when that you are a tin of chaw in the back pocket or whatever, and that's all you're doing. You don't even you go up to like the entrance. You're like, you need your ticket, sir. Right there, right there's the ticket. And you just walk in. I'm sorry, sir. YouTube Hall of Fame, right this way.
Yeah, right this way. The door leads straight to a circle that leads right back out the door. It's like, why do you even have this? It's like for idiots. Go. The door leads us straight back out.
Ay.
So I think all we concluded was I think it's going to be Bob Lewis winning the Rumble. I think is that what we said? I think Bob Lewis winning the Rumble. Yeah. And then the Money in the Bank briefcase gets cashed in by JT or something, and then those back pages turns heel and becomes an evil referee. I think that's what we concluded. Something like that.
That sounds about right. I think that's pretty spot on.
Frankly, that's a better WrestleMania than whatever they got cooking. Like,
we could do our own WrestleMania with YouTubers.
well, originally, I think before the whole COVID thing really became an issue, I think Andy, she blinded me with fractures, and JT were going to have like a grudge match, and I was going to teach JT how to turn heel properly because I basically like literally this is what I do. I will consult with you. I will teach you the ways. My young friend, I will teach you the ways.
I think he's got it in him, but he's got to work.
But the promos, man, the promos. At this point, I got to be his heel mouthpiece. It's like, all right, look, I'm gonna go make fun of this Oklahoma guy now. You stay here. Just nod.
And that was a problem again with. We'll finally get to it about 3 hours 45 minutes into it.
Sweet.
With Mike Awesome. when he talked, it was horrible. But Jeff Jones, his manager in ECW, wasn't any better.
Yeah, yes, that was the problem. The problem is the manager was worse.
It's like, okay, Mike Awesome, luckily you're like 8 feet tall compared to everybody else who's like 4 feet in ECW.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do all these moves that one of those guys should be able to do. So you don't have to be like out there cutting a promo like Shane Douglas would, or to a lot lesser extent like Fonzie. And you, by your actions, people are like, holy shit. You, like we talked about, like doing that, you get up on the turnbuckle and you're facing out towards the crowd and you can powerbomb somebody jumping back into the ring through a table. That takes talent. That and your opponent has to trust the hell out of you because there's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Or have a death wish like Masato Tanaka.
Yeah.
He was nuts. And he's still wrestling, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, he's probably over, not in New Japan, but like maybe what is it? All Japan, or what is
something like that.
I don't know if IWA is still going on over there, but that was the first time I had seen Awesome, was in the IWA FMW stuff with we didn't get to talk to Clint about it, but he got to meet Onita at one of those wrestling shows out in like Philadelphia. And that's one of my guys I'd love to meet, because he was just those death matches with him. So many VHS tapes I've got of him and Mr. Pogo and all these legends from Japan, that Mike Awesome was on there as the Gladiator way back in like 91, 92. So that was my introduction to him, and I wish he would have made it bigger. I'm glad he made it on people's television screens, but God, he should have been everywhere he went. He should have had belts, and I mean world title belts, because he was just that good in the ring. He could fly. He was powerful. He just needed like the Paul Heyman. But he would never get him because he fucked over Heyman huge by going to WCW while basically still being under contract with ECW. And that's why they had it was like a match in like Dayton, Ohio, I think, against Taz.
Yeah.
He worked for WCW. Taz was with WWF for the ECW championship. Taz won it, and I think Dreamer might have gotten it off Taz. like right after the match, something I don't know, something like that.
The thing though is that with Mike Awesome, the problem with him was, to your point, is that he wasn't a great talker. He also didn't understand how to fully exploit what he had, because when a lot of the like, you just have to look at what WCW did with him. They signed him, but then they're like, okay, so now you're the guy who likes fat women. That's your gimmick. And it's like, or wasn't he like that 70s guy for like a second as well, something like that? And I'm like, you realize this is a gigantic dude who can fly through the air and like really like look like he can pummel somebody. Shouldn't you be trying to take him seriously? Because that would make sense to me. Because he looks like somebody who can beat somebody up. Shouldn't you? But WCW always had that weird problem. Because Scott Norton looked like somebody who could beat somebody up, and he would, but then he'd also be like basically a lackey in the NWO. And I'm like, Scott Norton is kind of a tough guy.
Mm-hmm.
He could fight people if he wanted to. You don't need to make him a main eventer, but like, I feel you should take him a little bit more seriously than what you're doing with this guy. Because when he's elsewhere, it's like, yeah, Scott Norton's kind of a scary dude who could beat people up if he wants to. That's usually what you want. The Stone Cold Steve Austin thing worked because on some level, Steve could talk. He could talk. But you also kind of, when you listen to him talk, he looks like a guy who would get into a bar fight with somebody. So like, the visual matches the words match the visual, so the gimmick works, so like it all kind of makes sense. So with Mike Awesome, you take a guy who looks like that, he should be just randomly pummeling people. That should have been a shtick for like the first couple of weeks. He should just find somebody small and throw him through a table. Don't even talk. Just find somebody small and throw him through a table. That should have been your entire gimmick for like a month and a half or 2 months. And then eventually it's like, what are you doing here? It's like, I want to hurt people. Keep it to as few words. Do the Goldberg thing. As few words as possible. The less you talk, the better. Because it's not like Goldberg was like a poet. like the less the man said, the better it was. Later on, they let him talk more. Like, no, there's a reason we didn't let you talk.
Insert wrestler's name. You're next. That's it. Done.
That's all you had to do. It was
in promo.
There were a handful of guys in wrestling that would like, it was always funny because you'd have these guys in wrestling where some of them would eventually become champions, but they looked the part always. Psycho Sid Vicious, he looked like $1 million out there. Like the dude was like chiseled out of granite for the majority of his career. And but he looked like a monster.
Yep.
And then when he was Psycho Sid, it's like, yeah, you look psychotic. Yes. An appropriate name for you, sir. An appropriate name. Yes. Correct. But he looked the part.
Right.
Could he wrestle? Not a lick. But did he look the part? You're damn right he looked like the part of somebody who would beat somebody up and then powerbomb him. Yes, that is correct.
But him opening up his mouth, too, he was hideous on the mic. But again, at that time, too, Vince loved monsters.
The excessive spitting and the freaking shit as it's rolling down his face as he's talking. Yeah, that was pleasurable.
I'm trying to remember which promo it was. There was one where I think he was yelling at Scott Steiner, and he was like, "It's like, and I've got half the mind that you do," or something like that. And I'm sitting there like, you probably shouldn't admit that. Accurate, but you probably still shouldn't admit that. That's not the direction you want to take this. I understood what you were trying to say. That wasn't what you meant to say.
I love the Steiner promo from TNA when Petey Williams was there.
Oh, when he did the math, the Steiner math?
It's like the, what's his name from Hangover, Galifianakis with all the meme with all like the equations. That's all it is. That's all I think of because we do this 100% better than you, but we only do it 2/3 of the time. So it's 166% of the time, half the time.
Dave, there is a video where somebody took the words and put them on the screen as he says them, and literally you can read it. And then they put the fractions. And he goes, a normal man has a 50-50 chance, but I'm not normal. And then he just keeps going on. And by the time it's done, it's like, take the normal 50%, and that's 66.5% from Kurt Angle. It's like, then he keeps going. It's like, it's like, do the math. It's like, Kurt Angle,
it's just like trying to do his like the pumping thing, just trying to distract his mind because he was going to lose it. He's just.
everyone was losing it. Like the interview was probably dying, and they're just sitting there like, "We're gonna let this man keep talking." It's like, yes, keep letting him talk. Just whatever math he wants to. Did this man graduate from Michigan? Apparently, but allegedly. But just let him talk. It wasn't for math. Keep going.
Yeah, he should have stayed as a tag team. Because the minute he started doing the extra juice, he took a very extreme left turn.
See, I liked him better as him. Rick Steiner, I never cared for. I didn't give a shit about like that dog-faced gremlin, him going around and barking, and like Scott Steiner with like the pipes and kissing his biceps and like just flexing everywhere. I'm like, if I could do that, I would do that.
I was not a fan of the whole Big Papa Pump stick.
You didn't like the chainmail hat?
No,
Just comes in with the thing.
I couldn't. Because if I'm not mistaken, when it was the Steiner brothers, he did talk, but it was nothing compared to what it was when he became Big Papa Pump. It's like there was a complete change in his vocal quality. It's like it's almost like his voice went up a few octaves almost.
That's from the steroids.
I know what it's from, but that's what I'm getting at. That's why I couldn't stand that whole shtick. I couldn't even stand to hear the guy talk, which is why I preferred when it was the Steiner brothers. Yes, I get it. Dogface Gremlin, yeah, okay, that was a little excessive. I get it. But, at the same time, at least you could still partially stomach the promos that they would cut as the Steiner brothers. Big Papa Pump was just...
But how long, too, could they have kept that sort of gimmick? I know they changed a little when they went into more like the motorcycle stuff and like wearing the chaps or the leather. You go from like the All-American stuff. It's like, how long can you be like, hey, we're the college All-Americans. We're 35. Well, wear your Letterman jacket. We're 35. And I know that because what they come out in was it SummerSlam '92 in Wembley on the motorcycles, or was that Legion of Doom?
That was the Legion of Doom.
Because that both of them were the same to me. I liked the Road Warriors, but not. They were sloppy in the ring, very sloppy. Mm-hmm. About the only thing I enjoyed was when Hawk started to talk. Well, and that was about it. And then after that, it was basically Scott Steiner TNA promo where you just had no clue what he was saying. I mean, you think that Ellering would have had the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal and said, hey, just read something out of here. Just do that. You'll make more sense. Again, I get where they're just hell-bent on destruction, but I don't know.
Well, Dave, we already discussed earlier that, like, from the Ultimate Warrior thing, it's like when there was do you remember the Self-Destruction of the Ultimate Warrior, the DVD?
Yes.
Okay. So they did the thing where Christian was like relaying, explaining the Ultimate Warrior promo going into WrestleMania 6. And they're talking about it. And I remembered the promo. Like, as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, God, it's this one, isn't it? Like, even before they showed the clip, I was like, I know which one you're talking about. And then he's literally explaining to Hulk Hogan how he's going to beat him. He goes, and then he's talking about the pilot making the ultimate sacrifice and then putting the plane into a nosedive. And he just keeps going. And it goes for like 2 minutes. And then by the time it's done, I'm like, where's the Steiner math promo? At least there was some math in this one. Like, I don't know what's going on over here. It's like, are you saying that you murdered people on a plane? Is that part of the deal? And that's your way of intimidating Hogan? Is that what we're doing here? Because that's about all I got out of this.
Yeah, some people's mic skills were definitely better than others and still consistent to this day.
The thing is, he was crazy, but at least in that era, the Macho Man was crazy.
Yes.
But he was kind of crazy like a fox because he'd come up with these little lines that would be like absolute gold. like the whole cream of the crop thing, he literally has these stupid little creamer things, and he keeps producing them out of like his pants or something, and he keeps grabbing more of them. And then Mean Gene Okerlund is like staring at him, going, "You loon, where are you getting this crap?" And he has to try to keep a straight face looking at this man talking, who's like wired on cocaine and 57 gallons of coffee, and he's like out of his mind, but he's doing this whole shtick. And then there's the one that I can't find the clip of, but I know he said it. He did the whole thing about a condominium on the moon. And I'm like, I want the stupid condominium on the moon promo. I don't know where it is, but I want it. I want to see it. That's the Macho Man Randy Savage. But the Macho Man Randy Savage, like by the time it was done, he did basically say he wanted to beat the other guy up.
Yes.
And that he's the best. So you got that out of it. By the time it was all said and done, his point was that he's the best, he's going to win, and he's the Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
Correct. But you got that. By the time you were done, you got that. By the time Steiner was done talking, we got advanced calculus, I think, and we're redoing the quadratic equation based on his calculations. But I don't know what else happened.
I thought that was the Pythagorean theorem.
It might have been. We don't know. We're not sure. I'll recalculate. We'll find out. But
Let us know your findings on the next podcast.
you know, it's like we might need the whole podcast just to work on it. It's like, guys, we're gonna break down the fit. We're gonna break down the tape. It's only about a 2-minute clip, but we're gonna need about 6 or 7 hours to figure this thing out.
That'll be the 8-hour podcast.
Dave,
No.
if I do that, I know I'm bringing you on. You don't have a choice. We're gonna do this frame by frame like the Zapruder film.
Okay.
Frame by frame. Take notes, Dave. Take notes.
The collegiate hat or the cap and gown, I'll get that out and have like a monocle in there and look like I know what I'm talking about.
It's one of those things, though. At least, I will say, at least it was fun for what it was. But the Ultimate Warriors promos really did legitimately make no sense. Even when I was a kid, I was like, I have no idea what this idiot's talking about. Like, I really have no idea what this idiot's talking about.
Oh, yeah. It's like, huh?
Yeah, like, no. And then as an adult, oh, maybe I'll understand as an adult. No. As an adult, I understand even less. It actually makes less sense as time has gone on with time and distance. No. Makes no sense at all.
I don't know, Psycho Sid at one of the In Your House pay-per-views. It's a pretty famous clip. JR's like, well, what do you feel about tonight? What do you think your outcome will be tonight? Well, can we start over? No, this is live, buddy. We're live on pay-per-view.
Yes.
And he's just like, he's the deer in the headlights. And that's like, for any normal fan of wrestling that's actually watched more than a few episodes of shows, it's like, okay, this guy's got like the body of Adonis, like the $1 million body and like the 10-cent brain, because he had nothing up there.
I found the quote, the one that I was looking for Sid. So it was the promo was literally like, you're only half the man that I am, and I have half the brain that you do. And I was like,
facts.
it's like, I agree. You know what? This is the one time I'm not going to be contrarian. Yes. Correct. Yeah. Those are the moments that professional wrestling works. When you hear that shit, like, what's wrong with you idiots?
That's one too many. That's either one too many chair shots to the head, or you are injecting yourself with something that you maybe shouldn't.
But you see, when we bring it full circle to our discussion earlier on in the podcast, if I had allowed the middle segment to continue longer, we would have gotten that promo or some variant thereof. I can pretty much guarantee you that it would have happened if we had allowed it to. That's why I was like, okay, so what is the correct time to pull the plug on this thing? I want to make sure I peak. I want to make sure I've maximized the value out of this. But there's a moment at which we got to cut bait. This is like the drag racer. You don't keep going down the track. Eventually you pull the parachute. Pull the parachute. There's a fine line, my friends, a very fine line. You're living on the edge. You got to pull that parachute in time.
I think the last words I'd heard were something about quitting a job on Wall Street or something, and I'm like, okay, I am taking my time card, I am putting it in the time clock, I am taking it, putting it in the slot, and I am clocking out.
But that was really early, Dave. That was actually fairly early because here's the thing. If I take that conversation, there's like a first half where I actually got some useful information out of it, and then the rest of it was just me fucking around. The rest of it was just like, and Bobby knew, like Bobby was looking at me. He like knew what I was doing because he's like, I trust Carlos knows what he's doing when he's driving. He's like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I am a professional, but I'm kind of enjoying myself. But the first half of it was as soon as he said that, I'm like, okay, you know what? You're the perfect person to answer this question for me. You are the perfect person to answer this question for me because you literally are a money guy. Now I'll give you the short version. He does all his calculations on a cost basis, like a cost. He's basically using stock market math as he's trying to price these assets. But in his head, he's using this cost market basis so that he justifies future gains based on the increases of his current. So in his mind, he's almost like, okay, so this card is up like 80%. So in a certain way, I'm good to keep expanding the portfolio this way. And he's doing this math because at a certain point, I'm like, so are you selling it? Because if you're not selling it right away, then it's only a paper gain. And then he was finally like, oh yeah, it's a paper gain. So you're doing your math based on paper gains, not actual gains. You're not actually selling the card. You're just looking at the overall value of the portfolio in your head. Mm-hmm. But I was trying to get in his head a little bit for this part to try to understand, okay, what's the psychology here? You're spending this money on this stuff. What is the psychology? What are you actually trying to do? And there was a little bit there where I was able to extract a couple of nuggets of information out of it to get in the head of a person like this, because he's not the only one. Just so we're clear, he's not the only one.
I know.
So that's why I say, like, what little bits I could pull out of that, I was like, just bear in mind, this is what you're dealing with. He's just the one that came on and decided to talk. But there are more out there. And the fact he kept drinking all the way throughout and thinking this was a good idea was a questionable judgment call. Because as it went along, I'm like, I'm being very highly entertained. But you're also just spilling your guts, so please continue. Do you want to give the launch codes? Because you could do that too if you want.
Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
Lightweight.
Fact.
That's all I'm going to leave it at that.
That's why Bobby was asking me after. He's like, Bobby, I was drinking the whole time too. Like, you didn't see me. I'm steering the ship. And I'm having my beers. This isn't a problem.
Yeah, because I mean, there was even a mention in the chat of how many they had already had, and it's like, I've already had that many, and I'm still good. I could join the podcast. I could add to the conversation.
The thing is, though, if I could speak seriously for just a fraction of a second,
not allowed.
Yeah, I have to do it anyway. You must know thyself. There is, like, if you're going to drinking responsibly actually doesn't mean not drinking. Drinking responsibly actually means knowing what you can take and what you can't. If you can't, then don't. If you can't, then don't. I'm never going to force anyone to drink if they can't. My favorite people to drink with are people who can't, because they would try, and then I'd be like, look, for your own good, I'm going to take the rest of this pitcher. I'm just going to slide that to my side of the table. I'm doing this for your own good. You, sir, need water. You need water. And he goes, but why, Carlos? Carlos, I just had one. Yeah, but you're already slurring my name. You literally can't say Carlos anymore. You, sir, are done. He's like, but I paid for that pitcher. That was an unfortunate miscalculation on your part. I'm going to drink the rest of this.
See, I obviously start talking better the more I drink.
Because
I was struggling earlier, obviously.
It's like should have started pre-drinking, and you would have been a Nobel laureate by the time we were done this podcast, and be like, guys, I finally figured out what Steiner was talking about. He was on to something. I got it. I figured out he was missing one thing.
Ay.
Well, when he started his spiel there, and he dropped fuck about 4 times in like the first sentence, I'm like, I don't like swearing. I'm used to it.
Really? Can I question that, Dave? Are you really? Is that what you want to go with? That's like saying I don't like being an asshole. Are you sure this is what you want to go with? I don't like sarcasm. I don't like evil.
Okay.
He doesn't like kidneys, allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm going to retract that statement and phrase it differently.
Please do.
I don't like the unnecessary swearing.
Fair enough. Okay.
And that's where it started off like, fuck this. I just did fuck, shit, fuck. It's like, yeah, you're an adult, okay? You can drink. Congratulations. You can say those 4-letter words that you couldn't say at your mom and dad's house. Pat on the back.
In retrospect, you probably shouldn't. If you can't, don't. That was the underlying message. If you can't, don't. Just don't. Yeah. And don't come on my podcast where I will cross-examine you as a drunk. That's what Ty, I think, was enjoying. He goes, it's like
heat lamp.
I was like, I'm still going to cross-examine you. I will have no mercy on this. Like, I just won't.
So when that first sentence came out and it was just fuck this, fuck that, I'm like, I heard that back in high school by some of the the scholars of my time. So I really, as much as I wanted to see where that train wreck was going to end up, that might be one better left in the archives, and maybe Amit can do like a live viewing of it on YouTube somewhere. And like,
now that would be fun to watch.
That'd be amazing.
There you go, Carlos.
My 3rd million view video?
That's what you need to do. The next podcast,
Mystery Science Theater, like you and Amit.
Spicy.
There you go.
And that's all it has to be. That, because you said that he's on for what, maybe an hour-ish, hour and a half.
It might be a little long. It was a long podcast. It might be a little longer, but the good news is it literally is in the middle. Like we had a good educational piece, a good discussion, a good educational piece, like a legit piece of content that deserved its own platform, and it got one. Then idiocy, and then more conventional garden variety idiocy with discussion, with more normal discussion. It came full circle. We eventually got back to where we started.
You can strip that middle part out, and then you and Amit can have the Mystery Science Theater. And
well,
I want a cut of that.
I can guarantee you that because like I said, I've been doing the archives of the podcast. I can guarantee when we get to that one, I'm like, I never edit these things. I'll cut off some dead air in the middle, or I'll adjust volumes. Like I actually, the first one of the early conversations I had with you, Dave, is now on the podcast stream, but your volume was a little bit off compared to mine, so I fixed that. I have a piece of software I can use to level it out and make it so we're talking at the same volume level, so it evens it out. Makes it sound better. It's a better conversation that way. But yeah, with that one, I might have to just cut out the entire. I'll be like, all right, so when does this guy start talking? Cut, and when does it end? Cut, and we're done. I might just have to cut out like a 2-hour section in the middle. Just eat it.
It happens.
Yeah. But it does. It isn't. It isn't. There are certain things where you can make it work in audio only. It doesn't work in audio only. No, you have to see his face. You have to look at. You have to look at this man while he's explaining whatever it is he thinks he's explaining. But you have to look at this man. And you should have seen what I saw in the viewfinder at the bottom when he was trying to get back on. I kind of wish I was screen recording. I really do. I really do. No one will ever know, but I know. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We can chat more later. On that note, we're now over 4 hours, so we have surpassed.
We did talk wrestling. We got it. We got it in. We talked YouTube Hall of Fame. We got it in. I think we actually hit on all the topics legitimately. We hit them all.
We did.
Good job, boys.
Absolutely. And Dave, not tonight. You know what I'm referring to. Okay. So, Carlos, any closing thoughts?
If you can't, don't. Hashtag invest.
Fair. I'll second the hashtag invest.
Yep.
That's all I got. 3?
I'll third that.
Oh, okay.
It's just generally good advice, but the first piece of advice is also good. If you can't, don't. We've seen it. Yeah. Don't do it.
Yep. Thank you, Ed, as always. Appreciate you. Thanks to everybody who came to hang out, as always. We do appreciate you. We do miss Paul, though. Paul's stuck working the evening stuff, which sucks. We miss Paul.
Yeah, with some luck, maybe we'll see. I don't know if he's working Sunday or not, but with some luck, I'll be back on Sunday this upcoming week. So it'll be the more normal day, and it'll be straightforward. We'll keep it light. We'll just hang out. It'll be fun. We'll hang out. It'll be good.
You got guests or no? Or is this
Not
sort of
yet.
like-
I don't really know. I think Amit's dead. I'm not sure. I'll find out. I'll check. I'll send a search party for him or something. Worst comes to worst, I'll reach out. I don't like I said. I'm trying to keep it to. We set the high water mark time wise. We don't need to go there anymore. Like even that one, we were doing good on the latter portion. We were fine, but I was like, no, let's kill it. We're good. We've done well.
And that'll be what, 8 p.m. Central Time?
Yep, 9
I think that's
Eastern.
right. Yeah, it'll be 9 Eastern. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I feel like that's good. If I cut it, like I'm trying to shoot for like 4 now for like a standard, because on a Sunday it gets really tricky to get for the Monday. So if I shoot for that, that's about 1 a.m. Eastern, which is not too bad. That's not terrible. That's reasonable. We'll shoot for it.
Well, let Dave and I know. Maybe we can both join you.
Yeah. So it'd be just an extension of this. So in conclusion, what is your ballot, Dave? Like in addition to, do you want to append the ballot? Do you want to do the WWE Hall of Fame ballot? Because now's your chance. If I impeach Bob Lewis from the YouTube Hall of Fame, can we get him onto the WWE Hall of Fame? I'll impeach him from one Hall of Fame and then help him get into the other one.
If he
Sure,
wears
why
that,
not?
if he wears that outfit, I said yes.
I think we can arrange for that. I think he'd rather be in the WWE Hall of Fame, to be honest.
I think so too.
Yeah, he gets a ring and he gets to get but we should make a deal with him where if we get this done for him, we get to pick the superstar that inducts him. I will
Sounds fair.
I will find a way to get Scott Steiner to explain the math that got Bob Lewis in. Air that shit! I dare you!
Now that would go viral.
That's television gold, my friends. That is television gold. Dave's thinking about it now. He's like, television gold.
That's like Uber money. that's like.
I might have found a way to dwarf the Ziggy Puffy super yacht money, is all I'm saying. If you can find a way to monetize that shit, my God. We'll get more than the Super Bowl ads. It'll be amazing.
Yeah, that would definitely be fun.
Go ahead, Dave. Take it home.
Thank you, Carlos, Quint, Matt, joining us earlier. Remember collecting in this hobby.
That's Carlos. Just remember, that's Carlos over there.
It is.
I did that. Hey, Steve. I'm Dave. This has been the Insert Revolution podcast. Remember, collecting cards, absolutely a blast. Getting and gaining the friendships, that's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.